Mr. Suresh Kumar Yadav. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shweta Bhosle, to felicitate our keynote speaker, Dr. Manisha D. Bhagoji, and Executive Director. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now like to request Dr. P.K. Dasmana to felicitate Dr. Sandeep Kumar, Secretary of ICERT. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request Mr. Suresh Kumar Yadav to felicitate Dr. Deepak Jain, Coordinator of Research Cell at NIILM University. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. K.D. Singh, Director of Communication, to felicitate Dr. Sonu Dhanda, Assistant Professor at NIILM University. I'll announce the next name since sir is not. All right, sir. So we'll move on to the next one. I would now like to invite Mr. Devendra Singh Bohra to felicitate Dr. Yogesh Kumar Yadav, Chancellor of Mind Power University. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Dr. Mohammed Gohar to felicitate Mr. Brajesh Yadav, Pro-Chancellor, Mind Power University. Since he isn't present here with us, I would like to request Ms. Prachi Pandey to felicitate Dr. Shweta Bhosle, our Vice Chancellor from Mind Power University. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now like to invite Mr. Vipin Pandey to felicitate Mr. Uday Pratap Singh, Director of Skill Development, Mind Power University. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Vimal Kishore to felicitate Mr. Hitesh Kumar Yadav, Registrar of Mind Power University. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Vaibhav Pant to felicitate Dr. P.K. Dasmana, Pro-Vice Chancellor at Mind Power University. Please give a huge round of applause to our dignitaries and guests. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Nagendra P.S. Fish to felicitate Mr. K.D. Singh, Director of Communication at Mind Power University. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Ghanshyam to felicitate Mr. Suresh Kumar Yadav, Dean of Academics at Mind Power University. Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Prabhat Yadav to felicitate Mr. Devendra Singh Bohra from Mind Power University. you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Mrs. Kalpana Arya to felicitate Mr. Vipin Pandey from Mind Power University. I would now like to invite Ms. Pooja Bisht to felicitate Mr. Ghanshyam, advisor at Mind Power University. Thank you so much. I would now like to invite Mr. K.D. Singh, Director of Communications, to felicitate Dr. Sonu Thanda, Assistant Professor at NIILM University, Ketil, Haryana. Thank you so much, everyone. Please as we now embark on this journey of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration, we stand at the threshold of possibility, poised to explore new horizons and forge meaningful connections. With great honor and privilege, I now invite Honorable Vice Chancellor of Mind Power University, Dr. Shweta Bhosle, a visionary leader with over 18 years of experience in academics and research, to kindly deliver the welcome address and formally inaugurate today's event. Please.
On behalf of Mind Power University, today it's a pleasure to welcome you all. Namaste and a very warm welcome to all. Today we stand at a truly special moment. For Mind Power University, this is the first international conference. It's not just the opening of a conference today, but the opening of a vital conversation. It is my immense pleasure as the Vice Chancellor to welcome you all for this 2 days Harmonizing 2 days International Multidisciplinary Conference on the profound theme Harmonizing Inner Space, Cultivating Outer Earth. At first glance, these may seem like two separate journeys, the inner and the outer. But in truth, they are deeply interconnected. We cannot speak of healing the planet without first healing ourselves, and we cannot cultivate sustainable development unless we first cultivate mindfulness, balance, and purpose of our life. Yoga, the ancient gift of India to the world, is far more than a physical practice. It is a science of inner transformation. When we pair these timeless wisdom with frontier science, the most advanced insight of technology, ecology, medicine, and conscious studies, we open the door to a new paradigm, a way of living that regenerates rather than depletes, that connects rather than divides. This conference is not just sharing papers or presenting findings. It is about weaving together wisdom across disciplines, culture, and continents. A truly global dialogue. We all over here gather for one shared goal, that is to reimagine development through the lens of harmony and regeneration. I would like to specially acknowledge and thank our partners at the International Council of Education, Research and Training, whose vision and collaboration has been instrumental in bringing this meaningful event to life. Our efforts to integrate Education, research, and global impact are truly commendable. To all our scholars, speakers, and participants, your presence here is not only appreciated, it is powerful. The energy, insights, and intentions you bring here can shape real change in classroom, communities, policies, and personal lives. Let us listen with our open mind, speak with our open hearts, and collaborate with a shared sense of responsibility to ourselves and to our society and to the earth we call home. With great hope and excitement, I declare this conference officially open. May it be enlightened, empowered, and inspiring for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your warm and encouraging welcome. Your words have truly added grace and enthusiasm to this occasion. We now move forward to one of the most awaited part of today's program, that is the keynote session, and for that we have Dr. Manisha D. Bhagoji, currently serving ICERT as an Executive Director of Professional Development Division in Pennsylvania, USA. She holds a BA Vocational, double MA English, BEd, CTEC, PET, Technical Writing, like Suvega Software, and PhD in English. With more than 17 years of experience in teaching English as a subject and language, she has worked as a technical writer. She also worked as an IELTS soft skills and personality development trainer at professional level in present job. Besides academics, actively involved in training on personality development, soft skills, and on the interview skills. She is member in various professional bodies and honored with several prestigious awards. And now I would like to request her to begin the deliberation with her keynote session.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That was very lovely introduction. The pretty lady is always admirable. So I'm really thankful for that beautiful introduction. When I prepared my lecture, or not a lecture, keynote address, I thought I'll be wishing you all very good morning. But I must say that Namaste on this yoga day. So namaste, all the dignitaries, all the scholars, the academicians, and the visionaries. So, there are the moments when history becomes very luminous and rare. And I guess today's moment is similar one when the conference turns into an event. It's not just a conference, but it's an event. And this I think it like it's one of that. And therefore I feel like this is calling. So this is one of those moments. I guess this should be considered as one of the best moments in the history. So we gather here under the noble theme that's harmonizing inner space and cultivating outer earth. These are two different things, that's how we see, but for me or for us, it's very unique that it is not separate, it is intertwined. So this is also not the metaphor. It's a very mandate of our time. The time, because we are very much modern nowadays and we have forgotten our basic truths. And therefore, this is the mandate of time that we need to understand today's day. And the theme of this conference is very important. Therefore, as a professor of English language and literature, I came here not with merely the data sets or the algorithms, but I came here with something very special that is very older and deeper. So what could be so older and deeper? Well, when I thought, I just found there could be only our breath, which is very much older. There is our song, that's also older. The word and the story that we convey through these words. These are the very much older things that I found. If I ask you what is older, you may tell me some particular monuments, you may tell me particular event or whatever. With the due respect, I just am trying to present what is older for me. So I thought the merging language and the mindful being together in my keynote address would be like the yogic power of literature and presence. Now, how language could be the yogic power? I'll try my opinion. I'll try to convey my opinion, and I'll try my best to make you understand how do I connect language as an important yogic power in this today's time. So, the forgotten word. The forgotten word, why do I say? Because as I said that there are really elements which are very much ancient and very much older and deeper. So the word is one of that. So the language is not the ink on paper for me. For me, it's a living current between the breath and the listener's heart. And therefore, what do we speak? What do we say? It has a power. It carries the energy. And therefore, our ancestors used to say that. Speak always positive, speak always good. Because what we say, we don't know when the Saraswati Ma will sit on our tongue and the things will be done. And therefore, we are supposed to be speaking always positive. So, for us nowadays, we often think that the language is a function, it's a means or it's a tool for the communication. But ancient cultures, for that it is understood that it's a sacred dimension. In yogic, it is referred as a vaka. Vak is not merely as a speech. What is it? It's a divine force. Because when I say that, when Saraswati sits on our tongue and things gets done. Therefore, it is in our Sanskrit, it is considered, in our Vedas, it is considered, it's not just a speech, but it's a goddess who gives us who gives the voice to truth as well as to creation. And that's why not only in Sanskrit or in our Vedas, but in Abrahamic and also in African traditions, the word was, whatever the word was spoken, that is not just the expression, it's an invocation, it's a survival. And that's why word is very much ancient, very much powerful, yogic element that we have forgotten nowadays. And yet, every meaningful transmissions or the transformation, let it be personal or the collective, begins with the language. As we all know, when we have to convey something, we are using the language. And the language is formed with the multiple words. And these words are nothing but the latest that we say, the vaka, the speech. And that's why I guess that we have forgotten that and we should remember that. So why do I say that? How it is connected to yoga? Well, I do have the explanation for that. See, every word, when we speak, it begins with the breath. And that means that the speech is very much physical. Of course, if we are not able to use our mouth, we are not able to use our diaphragm, we are not able to use our throat or the lips, the word would be uttered. And that's why it's very much physical act. When it is a physical act, it is considered as a yoga. It's a yogic act. So just as yoga teaches us to inhibit the body with the presence, conscious speech also tells us that it inhibits the language with mindfulness. If our mind is stable, what we speak is actually good. If our mind is not stable, what we are talking, it will be considered the babbling, which has no power, which has no meaning at all. So the voice is an extension of the self. And that is very much rooted in the breath that we take, which is supported by the diaphragm. I tried my best to show here the diaphragm. Most of you must be knowing how the voice is generated. I'm not here to explain about that, but I just brought here the picture about how the voice comes out. It comes from the diaphragm. But if you remember that our ancestors used to say that from your navel you are talking. अगर आप दिल से बात करते हो अपने पेट से बात करते हो so that is actually scientific. Our voice comes from the diaphragm and that's how it is. I tried. Well, there was the movements on the picture, but my laptop is not connected here, so I'm unable to share that. So imagine that if our conversations in classroom, in homes, or in public discourses came from such a background or came from such a grounded, intentional place, how might that be changing the way itself? How it will be changed? We do have an explanation for that. The way we resolve the conflict, the way we connect, it is based on how do we talk. If you are talking to someone and the person is not decent while conveying certain things, you will not get connected to the person. When we are talking, our ancestors used to tell us that we are supposed to be very much polite and humble. Doesn't matter who you are. And that's how you get connected to other person. So that is one of the another aspects of our language. Why that aspect is very important? It is very important because it is another part of the yogic practice. This yogic practice, how we can cultivate it to implement into our language practice that we are going to see further. So, literature as the original meditation. See, when we do the breathing practices, that is pranayama. We do pranayama and we know how that leads us to the meditation. When I say language as the original meditation, how it is possible? Language is balance stuff. We read, we speak it, so that's the balance of how it leads to the meditation. Let me give you the definition. When I actually read many particular novels or particular discourses, particular literature, I came across the different aspect of the written stuff. And that led me to come to this point. That is the base of my point, base to my point on this. So, when we read literature very deeply and slowly, what it happens, it's actually the act of radical act. It actually makes us to get connected to the characters, to the events, to the happening, to the ways. You know, most of the time when you watch movies or series, what happens? You just try to imagine yourself into the particular character. Now, your imagination into the particular character is your personality. For example, you may connect yourself with a particular protagonist or the hero, or the antagonist or the villain. And then you imagine, yeah, that's the same thing is happening with me. How does that happen? You know, we correlate ourselves to that. The same thing happens when we read very slowly and deeply. Pick any kind of novel or any material and then start reading, and then you start analyzing yourself. Yeah, that's happening with me. It also happened with me once. I started reading medical encyclopedia. And into that, there were several symptoms they had mentioned about the particular illness. When I was reading, I said, yeah, I experienced that. Yeah, that's a symptom of headache. That's a symptom of particular disease. We started imagining those things and we tried to correlate those things. So that is, you know, when we read this literature in deeper sense, we get connected to that, and that is what we call the meditation. So when we do our yoga or when we practice all these exercises, we do it deeply, and that's how it leads to meditation. So, right, the literature is the similar. Why I'm telling this? Because as you got to know that I'm a professor of English language and literature, how this is actually the way to make our inner space or inner peace very well. That is how it is connected. Towards the end of the presentation, you will get that point. Now, when we go further, it's not only about how the language we practice is helping us, but as an educator, it's our duty that we need to implement it or we need to circulate it in our classroom. Why it is needed? Because it's a need of time. What we are practicing, our students should also understand that. And we are just imagine there's a classroom. When you enter into the classroom, most of our practices, the traditional practices, what are the practices that we tell? Please be quiet. Okay, have you done your homework? Or have you done your assignment? Or do you remember what we had done in the previous class? So these are the instructions that we start with. But imagine that the classroom begins with a silence. You don't give any explanation, you don't give any instructions, you don't give any announcement, and the classroom begins with a silence. Then what happens? Student who discuss the themes rather than discussing, oh, what she's going to teach us. So the students start in a silence, then the theme begins. They are discussing what is happening. When these things happen, the students start understanding or picking the pulse of the text. And that's how the English lesson ends with the stillness rather than the question. Now, this is the practice that generally I follow in my classrooms. When we go in the class, we never ever discuss, do you remember what you have done in the previous class or this or that? Nothing. We go in the classroom, we just, it's a beautiful smile that you have to you, and your student would be very much happy rather than just shouting at them. So they'll be silent, they'll be listening. This is the practice if you follow, you will see the another difference. My student, they listen to the silence. They try to understand what is happening in the classroom when the lecture is done. Generally, the teachers ask a question to the students like, did you understand or have you done that? You got it? What's happening? Instead of that, students get curious and they ask me several questions. Ma'am, what's that? Ma'am, was seeing their curiosity, I gave the output of my session. My students understood very good, and I was able to touch upon their intellectual level to find out to explore the further part. And that's why this particular this is the particular pedagogy which is called the pedagogy of presence that I have been following, and I'm seeing the very much good fruits. So if we follow that, we actually are helping our students to gain certain peace of mind and learn the lesson in a better way. Now, to just go to that lady, I got a particular circle to make you understand. Now, reading and there are the three elements. So these three elements, like when we read, it leads to the healing the earth through the inner world. How that is possible? See, now if you see the circle, if you are able to see over there, what does the mindful reading do with the climate change? I'm including so many different aspects here because that is a part of our life, and that is very much connected to our inner space as well as inner peace. So now, if we go to the mindful reading, what it does, it actually does everything. Again, when I asked you the previous question, like reading, how does it help us to understand or to go through the meditation? It is a similar point. The ecological crisis is not just a technical failure, it's a crisis of attention because we are not attending, we don't give the attention to anybody, anything, and that's how the absence of attention of our consciousness is the main point here. When we lose the touch with the inner world, we disconnect from the outer world as well. But when we slow down, when we have to slow down, you may say that this is very fast forward world. We need to be very much fast. We need to be, quick in everything. No, that's wrong. Or maybe you can go ahead, but you need to understand where you have to be slow. Just go. Be slow to read. Be slow to listen. Be slow to feel. And with this, it will rekindle the sacred relationships with all the elements of life. Right? So here, what I noticed when I followed these practices, when I came here not with a lecture which is prepared likewise practicing, I just included all the elements which I have been following. And I felt if I'm following, I experienced it and it is worthy, then only I need to share with you all. And that's why I got this stuff for you all. So when I noticed literature teaches interconnections. It helps us. It helps us in what? It helps us to see a human in a stranger. Today's time period is like that. If we see a stranger, it's very much difficult to understand, believe whether we should trust the person or not. But literature helps you to see the human being in another stranger. It also helps us to see the divine in the ordinary thing. we have our own definitions of ordinary, special, and whatnot. But then if you follow that definition, you will come to know. If you are following the literature in that way, you will come to know that divinity or the divine power will be able to see in the ordinary. And that's how interconnectedness of the suffering of the other people also you will be able to see. Now, with all these practices, if you go through, I think that this is the practicing presence with language. And we also prepare ourselves, if we are following that, to be steward of the earth. And that is the meaning of time. We learn to listen, not to only get connected to each other or to understand each other, but we can prepare ourselves, we can step out of this earth to listen to the voice of this planet as well. I guess I need not to elaborate more on that point when I say that we need to listen to the voice of this planet. Now, towards the end of my presentation, it's the closing statement. So, towards the closing invocation, I try my best to invoke certain good things on this yoga day. So, the closing invocation is just a rhythmic, it's into a kind of, if I just, without stopping, I continue, I say in a continuity, it would be like a let us. So in these times of speed, of multitasking, we are multitaskers, or instant messages, or vanishing attention. Let us become still point. Again, I'm not saying still point means you have to be very much passive. No, I mean that you have to change your way of life. Let us be the center of that, the still center, the brick that pauses for a moment, and then we move further. In a world obsessed with the acceleration, stillness is not the passivity, but it's a power. If you sit for a while, if you close your eyes, you go in a meditative state, and you will feel energized very much. So it's a space where the insights arises, where presence returns, where healing begins. We all understood, and we need the healing, inner healing. And I guess these things, these practices will help us to be following things in a better way. So in this age of noise, what's a noise? It's a noise of opinion shouted. We all are ready to tell our opinion. I even am here to tell my opinion about this, but it's up to you. But then you have to accept it, or you just have to pass it on. So it's about the noise of opinion shouted. It's a feed refresh, and when the meaning diluted. So in this time, let us become these sacred listeners. Let us listen. We always talk a lot. We need to listen. Let us listen not just with ears, but let us listen with a whole being. And with that, the world does not lack speech. It lacks the understanding. We all are talking, but how many of we do understand it? I guess I'm taking longer time because all are waiting me to leave the stage now. So I'll try to finish it off in a quick sense now. I'm so sorry for that extending time. So let us not just, this is a particularly for the language professors, let us not teach the grammar like the rules and structure, but the grace. The grace of clarity without cruelty, the grace of silence when words are not needed, the grace of choosing expressions that uplift rather than diminish. In the flow of syntax, you must be knowing what's a syntax. So let there be also the flow of empathy rather than just clarity. So let us teach not just the text to be summarized or to dissect, but transformation. Let literature be the mirror and the portal. It should carry the message rather than just the word. Okay, so with that, I think that it's a time that just the final three lines I would like to say. Let us speak with courage when the truth is trembling. Let us read the reverence when the words carry the echoes of our ancestors and seeds of our future. Legacy with presence, for presence itself is the ultimate offering we bring to each other. And with this, I just end my keynote address. I'm really thankful to you all for the questions, listening, and having me here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an enlightening and inspiring address. It was a beautiful amalgamation of language and yogic power. Your insights have added tremendous value to our gathering, inspiring us to delve deeper into the topics discussed, and your contribution is truly appreciated. It is now time to proceed to our next keynote speech, and for that, we are honored to have Professor Chako Josh, P. He's a PhD holder who will be joining us virtually today. Dr. Chako Josh P. is an eminent academician and the former principal of St. Aloysius College, Thrissur, Kerala. With a distinguished career spanning over 3 decades, he has served in various academic and administrative capacities in the field of economics, including as lecturer, reader, associate professor, and principal. A recipient of the Professor M. Ghani Award for Best College Teacher from the University of Calicut, he has made significant contribution to curriculum development, scholarly publications, and government policies through social impact assessments. He has actively collaborated with government and agencies as a social scientist and expert committee member for social impact assessment of various development projects in Kerala. As a recognized research guide and active member of several academic bodies, Dr. Josh continues to enrich both academic and societal progress. It is indeed a privilege to have him with us today. We now invite Professor Chako Josh P. to kindly deliver his keynote address.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope I am audible and visible.
So your voice isn't audible.
Yeah, I'm audible, right? I'm audible, isn't it?
Sir, can you hear me, Professor Chako Josh?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay. So esteemed dignitaries, speakers, and paper presenters and participants from all over the world, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Mindpower University, Dr. Shweta Bhosle, faculty members of the university, scholars, students, and staff members, and my esteemed colleagues at the International Council for Education, Research, and Training, including esteemed Secretary of ICERT, Dr. Sandeep Kumar, and my honored friend, Dr. Navneet Kaur, Director and Head, Education Division of ICERT. Namaskaram, good morning from Kerala. It's a privilege to be a keynote speaker on this auspicious International Yoga Day 2025, an event organized at one of the leading universities in Uttarakhand for higher education, the Mind Power University. The theme, Yoga for One Earth, One Health, resonates deeply with the message I hope to convey to you today in my short speech. As a student and researcher in the field of economics, my work typically involves analyzing markets, policies, and global development trends. Yet, today, I stand before you to bridge what might seem like a connection between two worlds, the ancient science of yoga and the frontier of regenerative, sustainable development, which gets reflected through economics. My aim in this in this keynote address will be to demonstrate the profound interdependence between the ancient science of yoga and the ancient science of Arthashastra, or which we call economics, or the state policy making. Today, we stand in the mid of the year 2025, navigating what many term as a perma crisis. Perma crisis means a prolonged period of instability and insecurity characterized by a series of overlapping and interconnected crises all over the world. From my point of view as an economist or economic scholar, the data tells us a stark story. For example, geopolitical conflicts, whether it be in Europe, in the Middle East, or parts of Africa, aren't just humanitarian tragedies, they are economic disrupts. They inflate prices all over the world, fragment supply chains, and divert critical resources that should be channelized into development. The global economy feels the ripples of every conflict, whether it happens in our own country or other parts of the world. And then there is the climate emergency, a crisis of our own making. We are experiencing more frequent and intense extreme weather events. The recent United Nations Secretary General's SDG Progress Report, released in May 2025, paints a very bleak picture. Our climate action is well below the level required to meet the Paris Agreement commitments, and we see even major nations fail to comply with these agreements. The economic cost of climate impact are staggering, affecting everything from agricultural yield, whether it be in India or other parts of the world. Furthermore, economic disparities stumble the way we march forward. Over 700 million people still live in extreme poverty, and the debt burden of low-income countries is at a record high, squeezing their ability to invest in the crucial areas of education and health. Our traditional liner, take, make, dispose economic model is simply unsustainable. It generates massive external costs, pollution, climate change, social inequality, etc. We desperately need solutions that don't just sustain but actively heal, restore, and replenish. This brings me to the concept of regenerative economics. For decades, Indian philosophy have spoken about regenerative economy, meeting our needs without compromising future generations. It is what UN Sustainable Goals also are talking about. Regenerative economy, a growing field of study, posits that we should design economic system that actively restore, renew, and enhance our natural social capital. It's about recognizing Earth as our foundational capital asset, which we often fail to do. It's about fostering a symbiotic relationship between humanity and nature, between individuals and communities. That isn't just about reducing harm, it's about creating conditions for all lives to thrive. This requires a fundamental shift in our economic models, our consumption patterns, and critically, our mindset. And here is where yoga that yoga enters the conversation, not as a fleeting trend, but as an ancient science. For more than just physical postures, yoga is a holistic framework for human flourishing, though not recognized so far in the way it should have been recognized. Yoga encompasses asanas, for example, the physical postures which bring strength and flexibility, pranayama to break the breath work, which regulates our vital energy and calms the nervous system, dhyana, meditation, which cultivates mindfulness. The university itself is named so, focus and inner peace, and critically, the yamas and niyamas, the ethical principles that guide our conduct, principles like non-violence, that is ahimsa, or truthfulness, that is satya, and contempt, for example, our sandosha. Yoga systematically addresses stress, anxiety, and mental fatigue, and it fosters resilience and emotional intelligence. In essence, it's a profound technology for harmonizing our inner space. Only when we harmonize our inner space, we can emanate that a harmony to those who live around us. This directly addresses our global mental health crisis and aligns perfectly with the SDGs. As a researcher in economics, I can also think of something called yoga economy as a fascinating phenomenon. The global wellness industry, estimated at $4.4 trillion, with the yoga as a significant segment, clearly has a measurable economic footprint. But we must ask, what true value does it generate? The challenge lies in avoiding the mere commodification of yoga, which is unfortunately happening in many parts of the world, which strips it off its ethical and philosophical cores. We must resist the urge to reduce it just to another consumer product. Instead, we have an opportunity for regenerate value creation. For example, yoga's impact on reducing healthcare cost should be boosted and should be brought to the notice of the world. Then it helps in social capital formation by fostering empathy, feelings like empathy, community feeling. Yoga builds social cohesion, crucial for stable societies. Again, it cultivates a mindfulness and a deeper connection to nature. Through yoga helps directly to influence the conscience of conspicuous consumption and reduce our ecological reduce our destruction of the ecology. A dharma-centered yoga economy is the need of the hour, as we would like to prioritize ethical practices and equitable access and societal well-being over just profit making. This is where ancient wisdom provides a blueprint for modern economic models, which we should, as Indians keepers of ancient Indian knowledge system, we should disseminate to the world. Then what is truly exciting in convergence of ancient Indian practices and modern discovery is a fascinating journey. Frontier science is increasingly validating the profound benefits of yoga. For example, in neuroscience, advanced imaging reveals how yoga and meditation literally rephrase and reshape and refresh our brain. Then studies show increased gray matter in areas related to memory, self-awareness, and emotional regulations, alongside a reduction in our fear center. Again, emerging research explores how lifestyle interventions like yoga might influence gene expression, potentially impacting health and resilience across generations. Again, it helps system thinking and ecology. The interconnectedness of thought in yogic philosophy mirrors principles found in ecological systems theory. The scientific validation is crucial. It allows us to integrate yoga into mainstream health and economic development strategies, moving it from realm of belief to realm of evidence. So we are living in a time where consumerism is taking over everything. Digitalization is taking over our consciousness, conscience. Even when it comes to our youngsters and students, they are losing. The most popular social media, which is called Reels, very clearly defines that our span of attention has come down to 1 minute. So this is where an ancient wisdom and ancient thinking like yoga can effectively help us to reinvent what we have lost in our past development path. So in closing, I would like to say the challenges that we face are interconnected, and so too are the solutions. As we celebrate the International Yoga Day 2025 with the theme Yoga for One Earth, One Health, let us embrace the vision collectively. For example, as individuals, we have to cultivate our inner space through a regular practice of yoga. Be the change that we wish to see in ourselves, maybe in our consumption habits, maybe in our daily practices, maybe in our habits that are hindering our progress. For higher education and research, we have to deepen our interdisciplinary inquiry into yoga's impact, then integrate well-being into our curricula, which we have to urgently do, and we have to champion the regenerative solutions. For policymakers, it is very much necessary to recognize the profound economic and social benefits of well-being initiatives. Here we have to invest in mental health and promote policies for fostering sustainable lifestyles backed by yogic principles. And by harmonizing our inner worlds, we empower ourselves to cultivate a regenerative outer earth, ensuring a healthy and prosperous future for all. So I would like to conclude today's speech by saying that yoga is the journey of the self through the self to the self. Yoga is the journey of the self through the self to the self. Let us continue this journey together. I'm extremely happy to be part of this conference, and I thank ICERT and Mindfulness University for giving me this opportunity to speak. I, I would like to conclude my speech. Thank you.
Ma'am, you're not audible. You're not audible.
Isha.
All right. Good afternoon from Malaysia and to all the distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and respected speakers from around the world. It is a profound honor to stand before you today as one of the keynote speakers at the International Multidisciplinary Conference on Harmonizing Inner Space, Cultivating Outer Earth. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dr. Sandeep Kumar, the Secretary of ICERT, for the kind invitation and for organizing this visionary conference gathering. The theme of this conference invites us to explore the dynamic relationship between inner transformation and planetary stewardship, a topic that is both timely and essential. Thus, I would like to narrow down our focus to a vital dimension of this session to holistic education for a sustainable future, merging mindfulness and innovation. Thus, I would like to share my screen. So I would like to narrow down the topic to holistic education for a sustainable future, merging mindfulness and innovation. So I am your keynote speaker, Ms. Nur Nazrana Haji Omardin from Nilai University, Malaysia. Education does not transform the world. Education changes people, and people changes the world. Quote by Paulo Freire. And that is where we would like to instill the mindfulness in education. As we gather here with a shared purpose to explore how holistic educations, when rooted in mindfulness and driven by innovation, can become a transformative force, shaping not only the mind of learners, but also the future of our planet. What is holistic education? Holistic education instills curiosity and creativity. It also encourages children to connect subjects using their creativity, develop psychological, social, and emotional growth, make learning a fun and meaningful experience, develop better communication skills and confidence. They also value relationship and face challenges with high resiliences. Holistic educations are also from core academics, emotional development, critical thinking skills, conflict resolution skills, character formation, healthy social skills, manners, and hands-on lessons. So why holistic education matters? In today's world, we face a convergence of global crises, climate change, mental health challenges, and social fragmentation. Traditional education systems, which emphasize academic achievement and standardized testing, are no longer sufficient to prepare students for these complex realities. Quoted by Global ARK International School 2025. Global ARK International School and Jackson 2019 also stated, holistic education nurtures the whole person intellectually, emotionally, socially, physically, and spiritually. It fosters empathy, ethical reasoning, ecological awareness, and personal responsibility, equipping students with the skills needed to thrive in a rapid changing world. Let's see the key statistics on holistic education. A systematic review found that holistic education improves student well-being by 23% and pro-social behavior by 31%, stated by Davey 2022. UNESCO Education 2030 vision calls for education that is comprehensive, holistic, ambitious, aspirational, and universal. Holistic models also show comparable or slightly higher academic performance than traditional models while fostering deeper learning. Now, let's move to merging mindfulness and innovation. Mindfulness is the practice of present moment awareness, which is a cornerstone of holistic education, and it enhances emotional regulation, resiliences, and self-awareness. The global adoption of merging mindfulness and innovation. There are a lot of mindfulness programs in schools that have shown moderate to strong positive effects on mental health, social emotional skills, and learning outcomes, stated by Shainman and Russo-Netzer, 2021. Davy 2022 has indicated that over 200 million people worldwide practice mindfulness, with 17.3% of US adults engaging in mindful meditation. Let's see some of the implementation of merging mindfulness and innovation as real examples. In Delhi, India, the happiness curriculum reaches over 800,000 students. It includes daily mindfulness, storytelling, and reflection. Study shows improved focus, empathy, and reduced anxiety. Innovation, meanwhile, propels us forward. It enables us to reimagine pedagogy, develop inclusive technologies, and creative adaptive systems. When combined with mindfulness, innovation becomes conscious creativity, where progress is aligned with purposes. The Green School in Bali integrates sustainability, entrepreneurship, and mindfulness. Students learn in bamboo classrooms powered by renewable energy, engaging in real-world projects that blend innovation with ecological stewardship. Let's move on whole child development for lifelong success. Holistic education is not just a philosophy. It is a practice that nurtures lifelong learning and personal fulfillment. It integrates intellectual development, critical thinking and problem solving, emotional and social development, mindfulness, empathy, and collaboration, physical well-being, where yoga, movement, and outdoor education are included, spiritual and moral growth, where purpose, integrity, and ethical leadership are taken care of. Let's see the impact metrics for a whole life child development for lifelong success. Students in holistic programs shows improved critical thinking and problem-solving skills. Intrinsic motivation increases significantly, leading to deeper understanding and long-term retention of concepts. Holistic schools report better communication and collaboration skills, essentials for success in the 21st century workforce. There are many systemic and multidisciplinary approaches. To scale holistic education, we must adopt systemic and multidisciplinary strategies. This means integrating contemplative practices with scientific research, policy innovation, and community engagement. There are a lot of international efforts has taken place. The University of British Columbia, for example, integrates sustainability and holistic thinking in its public health curriculum. The International Forum on Holistic Education brings together global experts to share best practices and challenges. To conclude, the harmonized inner space and cultivate outer earth is to recognize the profound interdependence between personal transformation and planetary healing. Holistic education, when infused with mindfulness and innovation, can nurture a generation of learners who are not only informed but inspired, not only skilled but wise. So let us commit to an education that heals the heart empowers the mind, and protects the planet. So for a reflection, together we can shape a future where education is not just a tool for success, but a force for sustainability, compassion, and collective flourishing. I would like to end with two quotes which resembles to this topic today, which is educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all, stated by Aristotle. And Native American proverb stated, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. So please take care of our earth for the betterment of our children's in future. With that, I would like to conclude my keynote speaker today, and thank you very much.
It is now time to welcome our keynote speaker. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that insightful and inspiring keynote address. We sincerely appreciate you joining us virtually from Malaysia and sharing your expertise and experience with us. Thank you once again for your time, your knowledge, and your meaningful contribution to this conference. It is now time to welcome our next keynote speaker joining us virtually from United Arab Emirates. We are privileged to introduce Dr. Marina Arnott, Assistant Professor of Management and Entrepreneurship at Dubai Business School, University of Dubai. Dr. Marina holds a PhD in Entrepreneurship Management from the prestigious Edinburgh Business School in the United Kingdom and brings with her a wealth of experience in both academia and industry. Dr. Arnott has served at various renowned institutions such as the Lebanese American University in Beirut, the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca in Romania, and Heriot-Watt University in Dubai. She has worked extensively with the Global Research and Innovation Center, with her research contributions published in several international journals, particularly in the areas of customer relationship management, entrepreneurship, human resources, and environmental sustainability. With over 15 years of experience, including leadership roles in global businesses like Paul Reinhardt AG, a globally recognized Swiss company, she exemplifies the integration of academic excellence with industry experience. We are honored to have her with us today. I now warmly invite Dr. Marina Arnott to kindly deliver her keynote address. Dr. Marina Arnott, are you with us? The esteemed speaker may not be able to join us due to some unforeseen circumstances. However, if she still is able to, we will reconvene with her lecture later in the program. Now, as we move forward with today's program, it is my pleasure to introduce our next distinguished speaker who will also be joining us virtually today. We are honored to have with us Dr. Navneet Kaur. Dr. Navneet Kaur is an accomplished educator and leader with over 22 years of experience in the field of education, including more than a decade in school administration and leadership. She holds a PhD, a master's in commerce, and a higher diploma in software engineering. Currently, she serves as Director and Head of the Education Division at International Council for Education Research and Training. Dr. Kaur is actively involved with several national and international organizations, including DK International Research Foundation, United Six, that is UNO-based, and Sarojini Research and Developmental Council, UNESCO affiliated. As a CPSC master trainer, she has conducted over 200 workshops across the country. Recognized for her visionary leadership, Dr. Navneet Kaur has been the recipient of numerous awards, including the Excellent Visionary Leadership Award, National Educationist Award, and multiple state Best Principal Awards. Internationally, she has represented India at educational programs in Australia and United States of America and continues to contribute actively to educational reform, community service, and value-based education. And now I would like to request her to kindly deliver her address.
Thank you so much. Namaste, all. I offer my gratitude to all institutions uniting for this sacred cause. Respected mentors from ICRT, global advocates of the United Nations, all SDGs, distinguished faculty of Mind Power University, and my fellow speakers, seekers, educators, researchers, especially all the keynote speakers and Dr. Shweta, VC of the university, Dr. Manisha, Dr. Nor Nazrain Omardin, and Professor Chaco. So it is with deep reverence that I offer these words on the occasion of International Yoga Day 2025 under a theme that resonates deeply with both my professional work and spiritual path. Harmonizing inner space, cultivating outer earth, yoga, frontier science for regenerative sustainable development. In this gathering of hearts and minds, we are not just discussing yoga, we are inviting a global remembrance of who we are. One breath is enough to awaken the ancient light within us. I invite you to take one gentle breath. Everyone, please feel it. Just take one deep breath. And please, when you're doing this, close your eyes. Just feel your breath. In that single breath lives a memory, the memory of yoga, the eternal union between self and cosmos. This is not a new trend, this is our oldest truth. Yoga is not posture, our inner technology of transformation. Yoga comes from the root yuj, meaning to unite, to integrate mind, body, breath, and spirit. We owe its codification to the ancient sage Maharishi Patanjali, whose Yoga Sutras laid down a timeless path towards liberation. His 8 limbs, they are not physical feats, they are ethical disciplines and inner technologies. Yam and niyam, moral grounding. Asanas, stillness in body. Pranayam, control of life force. Pratyahar, dharana, dhyan, mastery over senses, focus, and meditation. And ultimately, it is samadhi, transcendence of the ego. Today, science has caught up. A 2022 studies in Frontiers in Psychology revealed that 8 weeks of yoga practice reduced stress levels by 32% and improved cognitive control by over 40%. Functional MRI scans now show that yoga increase prefrontal cortex activity associated with clarity and compassion and reduces amygdala overactivity, like it is linked to fear and reactivity. Yoga, simply put, is the inner science of consciousness. When our inner ecology is balanced, our outer world begins to heal. Sustainability is not just about renewable energy, it is about renewable awareness. Yoga teaches us to live in harmony with all life. Its principles mirror those of the Sustainable Development Goals. Ahimsa, that is non-violence, aligns with SDG 16, peace and justice. Aparigraha, non-hoarding, aligns with SDG 12, responsible consumption. Santosha, contentment, aligns with SDG 3, well-being. Let me share an inspiring example. In Kerala, when yoga was introduced into the curriculum alongside eco-education, plastic use on school campus dropped by 70%. Children created composite pits and mindful corners. Practice of gratitude and breath awareness increased their sense of planetary responsibility. When children become mindful stewards, the earth begins to breathe again. The heart of education must become the home of silence and self awareness. In my years as a principal and coach, I have witnessed that every 1 minute of silence can restore order to a chaotic classroom, not by control, but by presence. We began simple. It's something happening in my school. 10 minutes of daily breath work, yoga storytelling circles for young learners, reflecting journally tied with values. And within 6 months, what comes? Teachers reported 35% improvement in student focus. Children showed more emotional regulation and empathy. And conflicts were resolved not with punishment, but with conscious conversations. When yoga enters education, the classroom becomes a laboratory for inner evolution. Every child who learns to pause becomes a ripple of planetary peace. We speak of technology and AI shaping the future. But what about inner intelligence? Yoga nurtures the ability to pause before reacting, the discipline to listen before speaking, and the awareness to choose before consuming. These are not ancient practices, these are urgent solutions. India's gift is not just knowledge, but its remembrance. Yoga is not a cultural export, it is a soul offering from the sacred land to the entire planet. Across 170 plus countries today, people gather not under one religion, but under one breath, the breath of presence, the breath of return, the breath of becoming. Let us honor not the outer form of yoga, but its spirit, the spirit of unity, clarity, compassion, and care. This is a call not for action alone, but for alignment. On this sacred yoga day, I do not ask you to perform a pose. I invite you to embody a presence. Let every policy be infused with purpose. Let every innovation arise from inner stillness. Let every goal of sustainability be met by a soul rooted in balance. The outer earth will regenerate only when the inner self is regulated. Let us not just teach yoga, let us become yoga. Yoga is not an escape, it is an empowerment. Often people ask, does yoga make you passive, silent, or detached? I say no. Yoga doesn't make you silent, it makes you still enough to hear the truth. Yoga doesn't make you passive, it makes you more powerful enough to respond consciously. Yoga doesn't detach you from the world. It roots you so deeply that you no longer react, but you serve. Yoga as feminine wisdom and sacred leadership. This is what I have felt. In many traditions, yoga has often been represented by masculine forms, but the Shakti, the divine feminine force of healing, nurturing, and transformation is deeply embedded in it. As a woman, a principal, and a guide, I see yoga as a sacred leadership. When you lead not from control, but from compassion. When your power is not dominance, but presence. Inviting a daily ritual for the soul. Here's something I ask all my students and teachers to try. Not a big ritual, just a simple daily check in. One breath of gratitude on walking. Please do self introspect when I'm saying these things. One breath of gratitude on walking, 1 minute of silence before eating, one question before sleep. Was I aligned today? These three rituals alone can rewire a distracted life into a mindful one. Remembering the rishis, the roots, and our role. Let us honor the vision of Rishi Patanjali and those unknown sages who passed on this knowledge of yoga not through words but through presence. Let us also honor those around us today also who quietly practice. The village woman doing pranayama at dawn, the teacher leading a mindful moment, the student who closes their eyes and breathes before speaking. In this ages of chaos, may you become a still river. In the time of noise, may you become a silent revolution. Yoga is the call of the soul, and the soul is calling now. We clean our homes, we clean our cities, but how often do we clean the temple, this temple within the mind, breath, and the soul? Today, I stand here not merely as a principal or a mindful coach or a head education of ICRT, but as a mother, seeker, and a fellow human being who has seen how one moment of stillness can shift decades of noises. Listen to this, a story that breathes hope. Let me take you to a small village where a humble farmer chose to grow bamboo. Unlike other crops, bamboo doesn't sprout in its first year. We all know that. Not the second, nor the third. In fact, for 5 long years, there were nothing about the ground. Every day, the farmer still watered the soil, cleared weeds, and nurtured empty land. People mocked him, called him foolish. But in the 6th year, the bamboo suddenly grew 80 feet in just 6 weeks. Was it magic? People asked him. No, the bamboo was silently growing its roots, deep, strong, unseen. This is what yoga does to us. Breath by breath, it nourishes our roots, our nervous system, our inner resilience, our intuitive strength. In a world obsessed with quick results, yoga reminds us the most powerful growth happens underground. Science meets stillness. Today, neuroscience validates what ancient rishis always knew. 11 minutes of deep breathing a day can reduce cortisol and shift brain activity from chaos to coherence. Yoga based school programs have shown a 37% drop in behavioral issues and improved emotional regulation in children. We are no longer just preaching peace, we are measuring transformation. And sustainability begins within. Our outer earth mirrors our inner world. When there is restlessness within, we exploit the soil, we pollute the air, we consume without compassion. We know the example of COVID, Corona time. When there is harmony within, we plant, we protect, preserve. Let's move from uh, consumption to consciousness, exhaustion to embodiment, restlessness to rhythm. This is not just the philosophy of yoga, it is the science of survival. Imagine a vision for education and leadership. This is what I vision for my school. Schools that begin with silence, not bells. Classrooms where students learn pranayam before algebra. Leader who pause, listen, and respond from a centered space. I have seen this magic in my institution. Children meditate, teachers pause, and a whole new culture of compassion blooms. My final reflection is on this International Yoga Day, let's not just perform asanas, let's embody awareness. Let's not just take a posture, let's take a pledge. I will nurture my inner soul so I can heal this outer earth. Rather, I will nurture my inner soul and soil both. So that is where I'll be nurturing my earth. Because when we breathe consciously, we act wisely. We lead with light. Let the bamboo within rise. Let the stillness become a strategy. Let yoga be the bridge between the sacred and the sustainable. Just take this final quote today with you in your heart. Yoga is not about touching your toes. It is about what you learn on the way down. With folded hands, a grateful heart, a happy yoga day to each one of you. Namaste.
We sincerely thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable insights on yoga with us today. Your words have truly enriched our understanding of the profound significance of yoga, especially on the International Yoga Day. Your guidance has inspired us to embrace the essence of yoga in our daily lives. So thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to introduce our honorable guest of honor and conference chair, who has also joined us virtually. We are delighted to welcome Professor Dr. Aruna Achal, Director and Head of the Research and Publication Division at ICERT and Dean of the Department of Education from Baba Mastanath University, Rohtak, Haryana. Dr. Aruna Achal is a distinguished academician with more than 2 decades of experience in teaching, research, and leadership in the field of education. She holds a doctorate in education along with advanced qualifications in educational administration, leadership, and management. A prolific scholar, she has authored 10 books, contributed over 40 chapters in reputed publications, and holds 10 patents to her credit. Her contribution to educational research includes the development of various standardized tools and scales, with 23 PhD scholars awarded under her supervision and many more pursuing the research under her guidance. Dr. Aruna Achal is widely recognized for her contribution both in academics and social serving, having received over 50 awards from various prestigious organizations, including honors from the Government of Haryana and the Rohtak administration. Beyond academia, she is also known for her extensive community work and for her active association with numerous national and international organizations. She currently serves as State Coordinator for Education of Haryana, for OSCA, Director for Research and Publication at ICERT USA, and holds key roles in several academic and administrative bodies, including both IQAC and the Indian Red Cross Society. A dynamic speaker and motivator, Dr. Achal regularly addresses issues related to stress management, well-being, education and leadership across schools, colleges, and universities, both in India and abroad. It is truly an honor to have her as our guest of honor and conference chair. We now invite Professor Dr. Aruna Achal to kindly deliver her address. Dr. Aruna Achal, ma'am, have you joined us? Our esteemed guest of honor hasn't been able to join us. However, if she is able to, we will reconvene for her address later on. For now, it is my privilege to introduce our chief guest for this occasion. We are deeply honored to welcome Dr. Balraj Thanda, Managing Director of NIILM University, Kettle, Haryana. Dr. Balraj Thanda is a distinguished educationist and faculty member in higher education with over 2 decades of experience. Holding a PhD in commerce, he brings a strong academic foundation to his leadership roles. Currently serving as the Managing Director of NIILM University, Kettle, Dr. Thanda plays a pivotal role in shaping the institution's strategic direction and academic excellence. Throughout his career, Dr. Thanda has been recognized for his contributions to the field of education. Having been felicitated with prestigious international awards, his expertise extends beyond the classroom, as he is actively connected with several professional organizations, demonstrating a commitment to collaboration and advancement within the education sector. His extensive background in higher education, coupled with his strong academic credentials and numerous accolades, underscores his dedication to fostering a dynamic and innovative learning environment. We are truly privileged to have him with us today as our chief guest, and we now invite Dr. Balraj Thanda to kindly deliver his address.
Thank you, everyone. Esteemed guests, distinguished scholars, esteemed guests, distinguished scholars, respected organizers from Mind Power University and International Council for Education and Research, ICRT, India and USA. It is with immense pleasure that a deep sense of honor that I am standing here for you today as the chief guest for this significant international multidisciplinary conference. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Manpower University, Bhimtal, India, and the International Council of Education, Research and Training, India and USA, for extending this gracious invitation. I would especially like to acknowledge our patrons, Dr. Yogesh Kumar Yadav ji, Chancellor, Manpower University, Mr. Brajesh Yadav, Pro-Chancellor, Manpower University, Dr. Aruna Achal, Director and Head, Research and Publication Division, ICERT India, Dr. Navneet Kaur, Director and Head, Education Division, ICERT, Dr. Manisha, Executive Director, Professional Development Division, ICERT, Dr. Sweta Bhosle, Vice Chancellor, Manpower University, Nainital, India, Dr. Hirdesh Kumar Yadav, Registrar, Manpower University, Bhimtal. Your leadership and dedication have made this even possible. A special thanks also goes to our esteemed convener, Dr. Pawan Kumar Dasmana ji, Pro Vice Chancellor, Manpower University, India, for his tireless efforts to bringing us all together. In this, I add one name more, Dr. Sandeep Kumar Sihagji, right now Director, Research and Development Cell, NILM University, and also you have seen there is the one. Also the Secretary of ICRT and R&D Cell and Director, NILM University. Thanks, Dr. Saab. It's truly inspiring to such a collaborative efforts in bringing together minds from across the globe. We gather here today on June 21st, 2025, a date that holds special significance as we reflect on the themes of inner harmony and global well-being. Over the next 2 days, June 21st and June 22nd, in this scene and intellectually stimulating environment of Manpower University Bhimtal, whether we are with us in person or joining virtually in this blended hybrid mode, we will delve into a topic of paramount importance: harmonizing inner space, cultivating outer earth, yoga, frontier sciences, and regenerative sustainable development. This theme is not merely a collection of words, it is a profound call to action, a systematic of the ancient wisdom and modern innovation. In an increasingly complex world, we need for balance between our inner self and our external environment has ever been more critical. Harmonizing inner space speaks to the cultivation of our mind, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Yoga, as an age-old discipline, offers a timeless roadmap to achieving this inner equilibrium. It teaches us mindfulness, resilience, and deep connection to our enthusiastic selves. When our inner world to claim that and clear, we are better equipped to our challenges, foster creativity, and contribute positively in the world around us. The beauty of this conference lies in the multidisciplinary approach. It recognizes that the grand challenge of our time cannot be solved in silos. The synergy between yoga and frontier sciences might seem disparate in first glance, but it is precisely at this intersection that true innovation and holistic solutions emerge. Our inner state profoundly impacts our actions, and our collective consciousness shapes the future of the planet. When individuals are internally harmonized, they are more likely to make conscious choices that lead to the environment, stewardship, and sustainable practices. The insights and the knowledge shared here all undoubtedly contribute significant to the global discourse our sustainable development. May our deliberations be fruitful, and may the seeds of the idea planted here flourish into tangible actions that benefit humanity and our precious planet. One more thing I want to add in this is the first multidisciplinary conference in this university, and I wish a great congratulations to the staff. Completely Mind Power University, and in collaboration with ICERT, you are in the right way. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring and insightful address, your valuable thoughts on education, leadership, and the theme of our conference, that is harmonizing inner space, cultivating yoga, has truly enriched this event. We sincerely appreciate your time, presence, and wisdom you have shared with us. I just want to add something. It is a great pleasure and excitement that we announce the release of a book of conference proceedings, a compilation of the rich scholarly contributions and research deliberated during the esteemed gathering. This volume has been meticulously edited under the able guidance of Dr. P.K. Kasmana, Pro-Vice Chancellor from Mind Power University. The souvenir is a testament to the collective intellectual effort and commitment of all the contributors towards sustainable, regenerative, and harmonious development. I would now like to invite Dr. Sandeep Jain, Director of NII LM University, to formally release the book of conference proceedings. There is a huge round of applause as we mark this special moment. Thank you so much, sir. And now it is time for the declaration of the prestigious Eklavya Award 2024. And for that, I request Kulshum to keep the PowerPoint presentation for the award ceremony ready. It is a great honor and pride that we now announce the recipient of the prestigious international award, recognizing the unparalleled dedication and excellence of the recipients in their respective fields and society. To present the awards, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Yogesh Kumar, Honorable Chancellor of Mind Power University, our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Balraj Khanda, NIIM University, Haryana. Also, our chief guest, Dr. Sandeep Chahal, Director from NIIM University, Dr. Manisha D. Bhagoshi, Executive Director from ICERT, Dr. Sandeep Kumar, Secretary of ICERT, and the convener of today's conference, Dr. Pawan Kumar Dasmana, Pro Vice Chancellor, and our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shweta Bhosle from Mind Power University. I request Kulsum to start the presentation. The first recipient of our award is Dr. Balraj Khanda, Managing Director from NIIM University, Kettil, Haryana. Our next recipient is Dr. Sandeep Chahal. Next recipient is Dr. Sandeep Chahal, Director of NIIM University from Kettil, Haryana. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. The recipient of our next award is Dr. Shweta Bhosle, Vice Chancellor from Mind Power University, Bhimtal Nainital, India. The recipient of our next award is Dr. Pawan Kumar Dasmana, Pro Vice Chancellor, Mind Power University. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our recipients. Please give a huge round of applause for our Our next recipient is Mr. Hidesh Kumar Yadav, Registrar of Mind Power University, Bhimtal Nainital, India. Manisha ma'am, नहीं Manisha ma'am. Our next recipient is Ms. Shilpa Sri Adi, Research Scholar, Department of Studies and Research in Education, Karnataka State Open University, Mysuru. Our next recipient is Mr. Mayank Singh Rajput, Research Scholar, Dr. Hari Singh Board, Vishwavidyalaya, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. He has also joined us virtually. Our next recipient is Professor Dr. M. Devendra, Principal and Professor in Management and Tourism, the Oxford College of Hotel Management, Bangalore, also joining us online. Our next recipient is Dr. Anju Bala, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, BITS Law College, Bhiwani, Haryana. She has also joined us virtually. Our next recipient is Mr. Vipin Pandey, Advisor of Mind Power University. Please give a round of applause for our resident.
सिंह बोरा जी को
हाँ ये मिस्टर ब्रजेश यादव की बिहाफ पे एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं
इनका पहले उसमें है ठीक है
सर ब्रिजेश है पर हितेश नहीं है ब्रिजेश है
ब्रजेश सर है उनके बिहाफ पे वो एक्सेप्ट
वो भी है और वो ऑलरेडी वो अपना ले हाँ कोई चूंकि इनका नहीं है तो इसके
हितेश सर आ रहे हैं हितेश सर We have Mr. Hidesh Kumar Yadav with us, and he is the recipient of our esteemed award. He is the Registrar of Mind Power University, Bhimtal Nainital, India. So awards have been given about the momentum is put in the events being completed. One of our recipient of this award, that is the Eklavya Award, is Mr. Brajesh Yadav, Pro Chancellor from Mind Power University, Bhimtal, Nainital, India.
मेरी समझ से ब्रजेश जी में आप लोग गणेश जी को दे दीजिए हाँ वो ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा मेरी समझ से गणेश जी आओ दोनों भाई ये दो भाई अच्छे नहीं देखिए एक मिनट बात करेंगे पहले ये दूसरे कह रहे हैं कि कैसे अब ले लीजिए
Also, our guests, our chief guests, and our dignitaries, and all the recipients of our award. Announce करना है
अब मैम आप आ जाइए आप आ जाइए हाँ एक मुझे ये दे दीजिए जरा ये प्लीज आपने बहुत मेहनत की है यस प्लीज सही मम्मी ले रही है चलो हाँ वो एक मोमेंट तो देना मैम इधर आ जाइए आप आइए अभी 2 मिनट के लिए दीपक सर का अनाउंस कर दीजिए ना दीपक सर दीपक सिंह
Deepak?
देवेंद्र सिंह देवेंद्र सिंह
I would now like to invite Mr. Devendra Singh Bora on stage. We would like to present him with a memento as a token of our reverence.
सर को दीजिए
Please give a huge round. Please give a huge round of applause for our guests, our chief guests, and our recipients.
पीछे हो जाते
Again, please give a huge round of applause. We would also like to present Dr. Manisha Devhaguji with a memento as a token of our reverence. I would also like to invite Dr. Deepak Chahal on stage to receive a memento as a token of our reverence. Please give a huge round of applause. I would also like to invite Dr. Sonu Dhaka, Assistant Professor, NII LM University, to receive his memento as a token of our reverence. Candidates to take their honorable seats.
थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लेक्स
टाइमिंग भी आपको जितने भी इतना टाइम होता है 5 to 7 है ठीक है जो बेसिकली प्रेजेंट होती है उनको पूरा एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाता है उसके बाद कुछ तो वो लोग सब ऑनलाइन कनेक्ट होंगे ना कुछ लोग यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट होंगे नहीं सकते तो फिर उनसे कॉन्टेक्ट डायरेक्ट वो अपना वहाँ से
just keep calling them जो नहीं आएगा skip that question and move on to the next one. If you want, I can go for like initial 5 minutes. मतलब
मुझे भी आप चले जाइएगा टीचर्स आपको मैं स्टाफ आ जाए
सर वोटर थैंक्स के लिए सर तक आपको पिक्चर्स में बुलाते हैं वो वोटर थैंक्स के लिए चांसलर सर नहीं सर इतना तो बहुत अच्छी लगती है जैसे हमें थोड़ा लेट स्टार्ट किया था कॉन्फ्रेंस बहुत टाइमली है
तो वो आ जाएंगे ना आप लोग आ जाइए आप आओ हाँ अच्छा क्यों आप आ जाओ कोई बैठे हो ये कंप्लीट कॉपी दोबारा नहीं मिलेगी
Every celebration is an experience. While the external fades away, it is the internal that lingers, echoing in the depths of our hearts. Events like this are not just gatherings, they are milestones in the journey of one's life. To mark this memorable occasion, I now take the privilege of welcoming our patron, Dr. Yogesh Kumar, Honorable Chancellor of Mind Power University, Bhimtal, India. Dr. Yogesh Kumar completed his graduation and post-graduation from Delhi University and began his career as an educationist. He went on to establish the ACMT group of colleges in Shikohabad, along with several other reputed technical institutions across Delhi NCR. His efforts have also contributed to the establishment of educational institutions in Kolkata, Varanasi, and Jaipur. In 2020, he laid the foundation of Mind Power University in Bhimtal, which has been duly approved by the cabinet. The university's first academic session is already underway, with Dr. Yogesh Kumar serving as its esteemed chancellor. Our recipient of numerous awards, Dr. Kumar is known not only for his visionary leadership, but also for his compassionate and inspiring presence in the educational fraternity. We are honored to have him with us today. I now invite Honorable Chancellor Dr. Yogesh Kumar to kindly join us on stage and deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन, नमस्कार। मुझे तो थैंक्स बोलने के लिए बोला था दादा ने। बहुत सी चीज़ें ऐसी हैं जो कभी कभी शब्दों में एक्सप्लेन करना पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाता है। जिस टाइम पे जर्नी शुरू हुई थी उस टाइम में और आज के टाइम का बीच का ड्यूरेशन बहुत स्ट्रगलफुल रहा, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली एक बहुत बड़ी कंडीशन है जो हम एक समाज को दे पा रहे हैं। आप सभी स्कॉलर हैं, टीचर का ही बहुत बड़ा काम होता है। टीचर सही मायने में नेशन बिल्डर का काम करते हैं, हम कड़ी का काम करते हैं। अपने पास्ट और फ्यूचर के बीच का जो काम है वो एक टीचर करता है। जो हम लोगों ने अपने टीचर से सीखा, हमारे गार्जियन से सीखा, हमें हमारे बड़ों ने जो सिखाया वो हम अगली पीढ़ी को सिखा रहे हैं। जो हमने हमारे टीचर से, अगर हम रामायण की बात करते हैं, हजारों साल गुजर चुके, लेकिन हम एज इट इज याद है, जानते हैं राम कहाँ गए, उनके साथ क्या हुआ। हमारा इतिहास, हमारा कल्चर, हमारी इनोवेशन, हमारी बहुत सारी रिसर्च, आज हम जिस स्थिति में हैं वो पास्ट के उन सब लोगों का संघर्ष है जिन लोगों ने रिसर्च की होगी, मेहनत की होगी और उस चीज को प्रैक्टिकली ग्राउंड पे उतारा होगा। अब हम अपने स्टूडेंट्स को आगे की तरफ उन सब बातों को एक्सप्लेन करते हैं जो हमने पीछे से सीखे हैं। ये तो एक नॉर्मल टीचर का भी यही काम होता है, लेकिन आप लोग तो सब स्कॉलर हैं, रिसर्चर हैं। तो सबसे बड़ी बात ये है कि अगर मैं माइक पे बोल पा रहा हूँ, अभी मैं उधर सामने बैठ के बलराज भाई के साथ बैठ के देख रहा था कि इंटरनेशनल लोग हमारे साथ लाइव जुड़े हुए थे। हम छोटे थे तब पहली बार जब मैच लाइव आता था सोचते थे कि लाइव कैसे आ रहा है। ये किसी ने रिसर्च की होगी, ये किसी न किसी ने इसके ऊपर काम किया होगा, मेहनत की होगी। बहुत सारे सैकड़ों हजारों लाखों लोगों की इसके ऊपर मेहनत होगी, तब हम इस टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज कर रहे हैं। फ्यूचर में हम लोग जो यूज करने वाले हैं, जो टेक्नोलॉजी और बाकी चीजें यूज करने वाले हैं, वो सब आप लोगों के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है कि आप लोग एक्चुअल कंडीशन में कितना क्या रिसर्च कर सकते हैं या कर रहे हैं। जिन टॉपिक्स को लेके हम रिसर्च कर रहे हैं उसमें एक्चुअल में रिसर्च करें, वो हमारे लिए तो बहुत जरूरी है ही। सिर्फ हमें नाम मिल जाए तो उससे हमारे लिए सिर्फ थोड़ा सा कुछ फायदा हो सकता है, लेकिन एक्चुअल कंडीशन में अगर हम रिसर्च समाज को देके जाते हैं तो हम इस दुनिया से जब चले भी जाएंगे, नहीं भी होंगे, तब भी हमारी वो रिसर्च, जैसे आज हमारे पास उन लोगों की रिसर्च काम आ रही है जिन्होंने पास्ट में काम किया था, आप लोगों की रिसर्च फ्यूचर में लोगों के काम आएगी जब हम नहीं होंगे। हम एक तरीके से अपनी मेहनत और अपनी रिसर्च के से कनेक्ट रहेंगे भविष्य से, उन लोगों से जो कि आने वाले टाइम पे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि थैंक यू के बीच में मैंने अपना बीच में घुसा दिया। बाकी आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बलराज भाई के लिए स्पेशली कुछ सब तो मैं कह सकता हूँ, कुछ उन्होंने जो बाकी चीज़ों के लिए मेरी जो हेल्प की है, जो ये हेल्प दिख रही है उसके लिए थैंक्स कह सकता हूँ। कुछ शब्दों के लिए थैंक्स नहीं कह पाऊंगा क्योंकि मैं एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर पाऊंगा शब्दों में। बाकी सभी लोगों ने बहुत मेहनत की है। बाकी संदीप भाई, 2 संदीप भाई हैं, तो डॉक्टर संदीप चहल एंड संदीप कुमार, अच्छा 3 है तो बाकी बहुत सारे भाइयों से मैं आज ही मिला हूँ, तो इस वजह से इन सब चीज़ों को मिस कर रहा हूँ। मैम ने एंकरिंग बहुत अच्छी की। आप लोगों के लिए बस इतना ही कहूँगा कि हमारा फर्स्ट फेज है, हम सब आप लोगों का ही पार्ट है और समाज के लिए कुछ करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हो सकता है कुछ छोटी बड़ी कमी रही हो, क्योंकि पहली बार था सब कुछ हमारे लिए। ये जो है, मैं स्कूल से शुरुआत करके और यूनिवर्सिटी तक का सफर तय किया है मैंने, तो हर चीज पहली बार मिल रही है, तो उन चीजों में कुछ कमियां हो सकती हैं, लेकिन इन चीजों को हम सुधारने की कोशिश करेंगे। नेक्स्ट टाइम डेफिनेटली जितना अच्छा हो पाएगा वो हम करेंगे। इसमें हमें आप सब लोगों की हेल्प की जरूरत होगी। ये स्पेशली इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि आप लोग स्कॉलर हैं, इंडिया के अलग अलग हिस्सों से हैं, तो अगर आप लोग किसी भी तरह से यूनिवर्सिटी में अपना कोई योगदान डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट दे सकते हैं तो मुझे बड़ा खुशी होगी, क्योंकि मेरा अपना खुद का पर्पस कभी भी यूनिवर्सिटी को बिजनेस बनाना नहीं था। मैं बहुत बड़ी कंडीशन नहीं थी, लेकिन फैक्ट्री थी मेरे फादर की, इंटरनेशनल लेवल की थी, मैं उसे चला सकता था। लेकिन हम एजुकेशन में इसलिए आए हैं क्योंकि मैं ये सोचा करता था, हमेशा से लगता था मुझे कि मैं जीवन का ऐसा कोई भी काम करके वापस जाऊं दुनिया से, जब मैं दुनिया में नहीं भी होऊंगा तो भी मेरा काम हमेशा लोगों को कुछ ना कुछ फायदा देता रहेगा। उसमें एजुकेशन ही एक ऐसी चीज है जो हम आज जो मैं शब्द बोल रहा हूँ, मुझे मेरी माँ ने सिखाए या समाज ने, आप लोगों में, हमारे बाकी सब लोगों ने सिखाए, तो ये सब चीजें हम अगली पीढ़ियों को अच्छी कंडीशन में देके चले जाएं। और एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन से अच्छा ये कुछ नहीं हो सकता था, तो हम एक लेवल का एक एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन बनाना चाहते हैं और डेफिनेटली बनाएंगे। आप लोगों की हेल्प की जरूरत होगी, आप लोग जहां मदद हो पाए प्लीज करिए। और बस यही कहूंगा, थैंक यू वेरी मच। जहां मेरी जरूरत हो, आप लोगों को कभी ऐसा लगे कि मैं कुछ कर सकता हूं तो मुझे डेफिनेटली बताइए, मैं उसमें बिल्कुल 100% खड़ा रहूंगा। आज एक पर्सन का मैं जरूर यहाँ पे नाम लूंगा, क्योंकि वो उस चीज को डिजर्व करता है। जिस दिन मैं यहाँ पे आया था यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए, उस टाइम पे मैं एक यूनिवर्सिटी का ऑनर नहीं था, ना चांसलर ना प्रेसिडेंट। मैं कहीं से बाहर से आके और जमीन और बाकी चीजें देख रहा था, मेहनत कर रहा था। बाकी के भाई मेरे वहाँ पे छोटे थे और परिवार छोटा, मतलब छोटे भाइयों का परिवार था, मैं बड़ा हूँ उनमें सब में, तो मैं ही बड़ा था। लेकिन यहाँ आके मुझे एक बड़ा भाई मिला, उन्होंने पहले दिन से लेके आज तक, जिस दिन मैंने जमीन पैर रखा था जमीन पे, उस दिन से लेके आज तक हर वो काम जो एक बड़े भाई को करना चाहिए, इंस्टीट्यूशन के साथ साथ मेरी पर्सनल कंडीशंस के साथ में भी वो खड़े रहे। देवेंद्र कुमार दीपुदा, एक बार फिर ताली बजाइए उनके लिए, उन्होंने बहुत मेहनत की है शुरू से लेके अब तक, और बाकी सब लोगों का योगदान रहा है। कोई भी इंस्टीट्यूशन, कोई भी संस्था कभी भी एक इंडिविजुअल की नहीं होती है, वो सभी का योगदान होता है। एक पर्सन ऐसा हो सकता है कि थोड़े से ज्यादा सेक्रीफाइस कर ले, हो सकता है थोड़ी सी ज्यादा मेहनत कर ले, हो सकता है कि मैंने थोड़े से एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट्स लगाए हों, लेकिन ये सभी लोगों की मेहनत है। कोई भी इनमें से ऐसा नहीं है जो पर्सन इससे जुड़ा हुआ है, चाहे वो कोई भी गेट से शुरू होके अंदर काम करने वाले हमारे जो गेट पे भी खड़े हुए हैं, वो राजू, वो यहाँ पे पहले काम करते थे। हम सब लोगों ने अपने अपने काम बांट लिए, कोई यहाँ पोस्टेज में नहीं है। हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि एक अच्छा इंस्टीट्यूशन खड़ा कर पाए। बलराज भाई से आज मैं बात होती है फोन पे बहुत बार, लेकिन आज पहली बार मिला हूं, तो फोन पे जो जितना मैं सोचता था, एक्सपेक्ट करता था, उससे ज्यादा मैच्योरिटी और गंभीरता दिखाई दी है। और मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई इस बात के लिए कि बहुत कम रेयर इंस्टीट्यूशंस ऐसे होते हैं जो ग्रोइंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस की मदद करना चाहते हैं। उन्होंने उसमें पहला कदम रखा और हमारी मदद की है, उसके लिए आपको बहुत बहुत थैंक यू एवरीवन, थैंक यू वेरी मच। कुछ अगर गलती हुई होगी तो अगली बार डेफिनेटली सुधारेंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you so for your kind words and gratitude. Your kindness inspires us all. With that said, I would now like to invite on stage Ms. Deepika Pandey to proceed with our plenary session. And before that, I would like to request all our guests to join us for lunch on the ground floor. So I request everyone to please proceed for the lunch. All the जी जी We will now begin with our first technical session. The chairperson for our first technical session is Dr. Kamalpreet Kaur. Ms. Deepika Pandey will be giving a brief introduction, and we'll start with the technical session.
जैसे स्क्रीन पे जिसमें अपना presentation करना और
Good afternoon, everyone. I extend a warm welcome to you all to today's technical session. I am Deepika Pandey, Assistant Professor at Power University, and your coordinator for today's technical session. Now, it is my honor and privilege to introduce the chairperson of today's session, Dr. Kamalpreet Kaur. Ma'am, are you there? Ma'am, just say hi if you can.
Yes, I'm connected.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. So let me introduce you first. Dr. Kamalpreet Kaur is a successful researcher serving as an associate professor and head of commerce department with over 16 years of teaching experience in commerce and management. She holds multiple advanced degrees including a PhD, MBA, MPhil, and MCom, and is UGC NET qualified. Dr. Kaur has published 70 research papers and presented at numerous national and international platforms, including a virtual presentation at Loyola Marymount University, USA. She is actively involved in curriculum development, students' mentorship, and various academic committees. In addition to her academic contributions, she has received several achievements in sports and cultural activities and remains an engaged member of various professional and research bodies. So now we will going to start this session, and I would like to call our first speaker, Krishna Bihari Vajpayee, and his topic is Yog Physiology.
मैं कृष्ण बिहारी वाजपेयी 11वें योग दिवस की सर्वप्रथम आप सभी को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के सभी जो यहाँ के मूल निवासी हैं उन सभी को प्रणाम करता हूँ, क्योंकि आज जो मेरा टॉपिक है योग पर्यटन है और हम सब सुबह से उसी योग पर्यटन का हिस्सा बने हुए हैं। योग हमारे भारतीय प्राचीन विद्या है जो वेदों से भी पुरानी है। दुनिया में कहते हैं अपौरुषेय, वेद को वो क्या बोलते हैं? अपौरुषेय। और अपौरुषेय जो था वो ध्यान की मुद्रा में हमारे ऋषियों ने वेदों की रचना की। तो जो ध्यान है वह योग का हिस्सा है और वेद जो है वो उसके बाद आए। इसका मतलब ये है कि हमारा जो दुनिया में नाम है वो कहीं न कहीं सर्वप्रथम योग के कारण है। हम सब जानते हैं कि एक ऐसा देश जो गुलाम था और उस देश का एक व्यक्ति विश्व के सबसे बड़े लीडर के पास जाता है, विश्व धर्म संसद में जाता है और जाकर ये कहना कि बिना भारतीय ग्रंथों के ये संपूर्ण विश्व अपंग है। जरा सोचिए उसके क्या मनोभाव रहे होंगे। मैं बात उस स्वामी विवेकानंद की कर रहा हूं और वो ये योग पर्यटन का हिस्सा था। आज अगर हम बात करें तो 11वां इंटरनेशनल योगा डे मना रहे हैं और इसकी शुरुआत 2014 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, हमारे भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने यूएनए में जब रखी तो आपको जानकर यह गौरव होगा कि भारत का वह योग विद्या थी जो 193 देशों के यूएन में 170 देशों के समर्थन से एक रिकॉर्ड मत से हासिल हुआ इसका। और सभी ने तय किया कि हम 21 जून को योग दिवस मनाएंगे, क्योंकि 21 जून सबसे बड़ा देश गोलार्ध का होता है उत्तरी। और इसलिए मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि भारत में आज योग पर्यटन की अपार संभावनाएं हैं, क्योंकि भारत दुनिया का एक ऐसा देश है जिसमें सबसे ज्यादा क्लाइमेट चेंज है। चाहे जैसलमेर का सनशाइन ड्यून्स हो या फिर महाराष्ट्र की कोस्टल एरिया, कर्नाटक के वादियां हो या फिर कच्छ का जब रेत हमारा शरद पूर्णिमा की रात में वो जो चमकता है हजारों कोसों में फैला हुआ, तो वहां भी योग करने और योग पर्यटन की अपार संभावनाएं होती हैं। जिस प्रदेश में आप रह रहे हैं उस प्रदेश का एक व्यक्ति स्वामी सत्यानंद सरस्वती इसी अल्मोड़ा से जाकर के स्वामी शिवानंद सरस्वती इसी ऋषिकेश से जाकर के योग भारती का निर्माण करते हैं, जो दुनिया का सबसे अच्छा योग विश्वविद्यालय आज की डेट में है। तो योग पर्यटन एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जिस क्षेत्र में आप आज एक जिस स्थिति में है उससे आगे जाकर के इस क्षेत्र में बहुत संभावनाएं किन्हीं अन्य क्षेत्र में नहीं है। तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा समय न लेकर के बस दो बातें कहूंगा। एक, कि योग में जितना ज्यादा लेक्चर देने की जरूरत है उससे 1000 गुना ज्यादा जरूरत है रियलाइजेशन की, सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन की। और साथ ही साथ आज स्ट्रैटेजी बना करके योग पर्यटन को जब तक नहीं बढ़ाएंगे तब तक हम आध्यात्मिक दृष्टि से योग को बहुत आगे बढ़ा नहीं सकते। बिकॉज आप बताइए, आप में से कोई एक ऐसा व्यक्ति है जो योग में पीएचडी कर रहा हो और इसलिए कर रहा हो कि उसको आध्यात्मिक सीढ़ी को पार करना है? तो शायद आपको 1000 10,000 में एक दो लोग मिलेंगे, लेकिन ज्यादातर लोग ऐसे मिलेंगे जो चाहते हैं कि हम एक अपना बहुत अच्छा इंस्टीट्यूट चलाएं, हम योग पर्यटन में बढ़ावा दें और हम अनेक बीमारियों को ठीक करने में मदद करें। आज हमारे संपूर्ण दुनिया हमारे तरफ बहुत उम्मीद के साथ देख रही है, क्योंकि योग अब सिर्फ आध्यात्मिक आत्मा और परमात्मा को मिलाने का साधन नहीं है। योग अब आपके आध्यात्मिक के साथ स्वास्थ्य के प्रति और चिकित्सा में शामिल किया गया है। आईसीएमआर हो या फिर वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो, सभी ने योग की सराहना की है और आज की डेट में योग के कई आसनों को आइडेंटिफाई किया जा चुका है, जिसमें एक आसन का मैं नाम लेता हूं, अर्धमशेंद्र आसन। उसको मधुमेह के लिए आइडेंटिफाई किया गया है। इस प्रकार से अनेक विद्या है। अब मैं अंत में, क्योंकि समय बहुत कम है, जितना समय दिया गया था उससे कहीं ज्यादा समय हो चुका है, तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा समय न लेकर के बस एक बात लास्ट कहूंगा कि योग को बढ़ाएं और सेल्फ पहले करें, और फिर योग पर्यटन को बढ़ाने के लिए आज अगर योग पर्यटन ना होता तो ये शायद सेमिनार ना हो रहा होता। तो उसको बढ़ाने के लिए जितना कुछ हो सके वो करें। और अंत में मैं दो लाइनें बोलूंगा, और वो आप सभी के लिए है, वो योग के लिए सिर्फ नहीं है, कि राही राही चलकर थक गया, होकर चकनाचूर। राही चलकर थक गया, होकर चकनाचूर। मंजिल बस कहती रही, मैं थोड़ी सी दूर। तो वैसे नहीं बनना है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। पुनः एक बार बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
लाइट आ रही जा रही सब बंद हो जा रहा है। क्योंकि ऐसा ऑनलाइन नहीं है ना, बंद हो गया सभी सिस्टम। 2 मिनट का टाइम है।
Am I audible to everyone? Okay, next सर यहाँ पर चल रही है उसको इशू
Okay.
Let us move forward with our next presentation. Dr. Jayesh Mangladas Patel, Dr. Vimla Ramanlal Patel, and their topic of presentation is the importance of implications of yoga in students' life.
Yes, ma'am. सुनाई दे रही है मेरी आवाज?
Yes, ma'am. You can start.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. मैं डॉक्टर विमला पटेल और मेरे सहभागी है डॉक्टर जयेश पटेल। नमस्कार। आज 21 जून का दिन है, विश्व योग दिवस। आज के दिन ही हमारा पेपर का जो टाइटल है वो है विद्यार्थी जीवन में योग का महत्व और निहितार्थ। हम सब जानते हैं कि योग के बारे में तो 5000 साल पहले ही बताया गया था, पर अभी अगले जो प्रेजेंटेशन था उसमें सर ने बताया कि नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने बताया था कि यूनो की जो परिषद बनाई गई थी उसमें उन्होंने विश्व योग दिन के बारे में बात बताई थी। तो उस दिन के इसके लिए सबसे पहले मैं नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का धन्यवाद करती हूँ। अब मैं मेरे पेपर के बारे में बात बताऊंगी। तो वर्तमान शिक्षा प्रणाली में योग का बहुत ही महत्व रहा है। हम सब जानते हैं कि आधुनिक शिक्षा प्रणाली में विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी पर तो बहुत ही जोर दिया गया है। इससे क्या होता है कि भौतिक प्रगति तो बहुत होती है, पर नैतिक एवं आध्यात्मिक मूल्यों का हम सब देखते हैं कि ह्रास होता है। इसका अर्थात कि निस्यंदन होता दिखाई दे रहा है। वर्तमान शिक्षा प्रणाली में योग का बहुत ही महत्व रहा है। एक अच्छे योगाभ्यासी व्यक्ति में हम देखें तो इसके अच्छे गुण होने चाहिए, जैसे कि सत्य, अहिंसा, ईमानदारी, दूसरों के प्रति दया करना, भाईचारा, उदारता, धर्मपरायणता और सहनशीलता। ऐसे गुण ऐसे व्यक्ति में पाए जाते हैं। अब हम देखेंगे कि योग के लक्षण यानी कि योग की क्या लाक्षणिकताएं हैं। तो इसमें देखें कि ये लक्षण नहीं, उसके लक्ष्य या उद्देश्य क्या है। तो हम योग करते हैं तो इससे हमें क्या प्राप्ति होनी चाहिए, तो उसके क्या लक्ष्य है। तो इसमें सबसे पहले हम देखें तो मन की शांति और स्थिरता लाना। योगशील व्यक्ति में यह गुण अति आवश्यक होना चाहिए। फिर शरीर, मन और आत्मा परिसर में संतुलन और सामंजस्य लाना। इसके अलावा है अव्यक्त प्रतिभाओं को खोजना और उसे उजागर करना। अच्छा स्वास्थ्य प्राप्त करना, शरीर और मन की कठोरता से बचकर अपने व्यक्तित्व में लचीलापन लाना। कुशलतापूर्ण कार्य में उत्कृष्टता प्रदान करना। आंतरिक शरीर को स्वच्छ और विष मुक्त रखना और उसे रोग मुक्त बनाना। सांसारिक जीवन को आनंदमय ईश्वरीय जीवन में परिवर्तित करना। तो ये सब थे योग के उद्देश्य। हम सब जानते हैं कि योग तो सब करते हैं, पर ये सब गुण हमारे अंदर नहीं होते हैं तो हम योग का महत्व या योग हमने सही अर्थ में किए हैं ऐसा नहीं बता सकते हैं। अच्छा, तो हमारा टॉपिक है कि विद्यार्थी जीवन में योग का क्या महत्व है। तो छात्र जब योग करते हैं तो उसके जीवन में योग का अत्यधिक महत्व होता है। जैसे कि उनकी शारीरिक और मानसिक जो समस्याएं होती है उस समस्याओं से उसे मुक्ति मिलती है और इन सभी समस्याओं और पीड़ाओं में से उसे अत्यधिक रूप से राहत मिलती है। इसके बाद है कि योग से तंदुरुस्ती लाई जा सकती है। किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में शारीरिक या मानसिक अतंदुरुस्ती हो तो योग से वो लाई जा सकती है। योग के द्वारा व्यक्ति मानसिक एवं शारीरिक आनंद प्राप्त करता है। कोई भी किसी भी व्यक्ति, जब हम देखें कि हम जब बाबा रामदेव जी को देखते हैं तो हम उनके मुखारविंद से, उनकी प्रतिभा से ही हमें पता चल जाता है कि ये योग के बाबा है। तुरंत ही हमें पता चलता है, क्योंकि उनकी जो समग्र जो उनका व्यक्तित्व है उनमें आनंद छलो छल भरा हुआ मिलता है। जब भी वो अपनी बात बताते हैं तो उनके मुखारविंद पर एक अनोखी प्रसन्नता हमें दिखाई देती है। तो एक योगी व्यक्ति है तो उसमें एक आनंद की प्रतीति होती है। फिर योग से छात्रों में शांति होती है, मानसिक शांति। शारीरिक शांति के साथ साथ मानसिक, आधुनिक युग में शारीरिक शांति की बहुत ही आवश्यकता है, इसलिए शारीरिक शांति का होना हमारे जीवन में बहुत ही अत्यधिक महत्व रखता है। तो इसके लिए छात्र जीवन में भी योग को यदि हम पढ़ाए, वर्गखंड में सैद्धांतिक तौर पर पढ़ाए या फिर हम उसे प्रैक्टिकली करके बताए, तो भी हम योग के द्वारा छात्रों में शांति ला सकते हैं। फिर है तनाव मुक्ति। तो छात्र जीवन में हम सब जानते हैं कि तनाव बहुत ही रहता है। इसके कारण क्या होता है कि छात्र आत्मघात या आत्महत्या करने के लिए भी उत्सुक हो जाते हैं। तो इसे रोकने के लिए हमें क्या करना चाहिए? योग कराने चाहिए छात्रों को। योग करने से क्या होगा? तो योग करते हुए छात्रों किसी भी तौर पर ऐसे तनाव में नहीं रहेंगे और अपने जीवन में तनाव मुक्ति को लाएंगे। एकाग्रता बढ़ती है। छात्रों को पढ़ना है तो पढ़ने के लिए एकाग्रता बहुत ही जरूरी है। तो छात्रों की एकाग्रता बढ़ाने के लिए योग बहुत जरूरी है। फिर उसकी स्मरण शक्ति भी बढ़ती है। तो स्मरण शक्ति बढ़ाने के लिए भी योग, फिर किसी भी टॉपिक के बारे में जब हम उसे बोले कि उसकी विश्लेषण कीजिए, उसकी समीक्षा कीजिए, तो योग किया हुआ छात्र और बिना योग का छात्र, तो उसमें हमें कोई थोड़ा बहुत तो भेद देखने को मिलेगा। उनकी जो स्पीच है, जो वाचा होगी, तो उसमें भी हमें कोई बहुत भेद देखने को मिलेंगे। अर्थात कि हम ऐसे कह सकते हैं कि कोई भी व्यक्ति या किसी भी छात्र की छिपी हुई शक्तियों को बाहर लाना हो, आंतरिक शक्तियों को बाहर लाना हो, तो हमें योग करना बहुत जरूरी है। हमने आज 21 जून के दिन सभी लोगों ने, हम सबने योग किए। किसी ने पूरा घंटा योग किया होगा, 1.5 घंटा, 2.5 घंटा। तो ये जो योग किया और जो हर रोज योग करते हैं, तो उनके व्यक्तित्व में हम देखें कि एक अलग सा हमें उसके व्यक्तित्व में अलग सा हमें प्रभाव दिखने को मिलेगा। तो ये सब थे हमारे विद्यार्थी जीवन में योग का महत्व था। अब छात्रों के लिए योग के क्या फायदे हैं? तो योग करने से छात्रों में पहला फायदा तो या लाभ ये होगा कि उसका आत्मसम्मान वो बढ़ाता है। वो अर्थात कि उसमें वो है ना, आत्मविश्वास बढ़ता है। कोई भी व्यक्ति हो तो उसमें आत्मविश्वास को बढ़ाना हो तो वैसे वैसे हम बढ़ा नहीं पाते हैं, पर वो योग करेगा, नित्य प्रति थोड़े बहुत आसन करेगा, योग करेगा, तो उसके कारण क्या होगा? उनकी मानसिक शक्ति का विकास होगा और उसके कारण वो आत्म विश्वास को, कॉन्फिडेंस को बढ़ा सकेगा। दूसरा है कि स्वस्थ आदतों को बढ़ावा देगा। आधुनिक युग में हम सब जानते हैं कि बच्चे जब भी स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं, शाला में अथवा तो कॉलेज में जाते हैं, तो कई बुरी आदतों के धनी हो जाते हैं। तो इससे बचाने के लिए हमें क्या करना चाहिए? योगी व्यक्ति होगा, योग करता होगा, तो उसमें स्वस्थ आदतों का बढ़ावा अवश्य आएगा, हम सब देख सकते हैं। फिर सामाजिक विकास होगा। तो सामाजिक विकास किस तरह से? योग हम अकेले करेंगे तो बोरिंग हो जाएंगे, अकेले अकेले हमें बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं आएगा योग करने का। तो हम क्या करेंगे? योग समूह में करेंगे। तो समूह में योग करने से क्या होगा? कोई भी व्यक्ति जब समूह में रहता है तो उसे क्या होगा कि एक एक दूसरे के प्रति भावनाएं जागेगी और उसके कारण क्या होगा कि सामाजिक भाव, एक दूसरे को मदद करना, ऐसे सभी भावों का विकास होगा। पर अगला है कि तनाव के प्रति लचीलापन विकसित होना। कोई भी व्यक्ति जब तनावग्रस्त होगा तो योग करने से, नित्य दिन योग करने से उसमें लचीलापन आएगा। कभी हम थोड़ी छोटी बहुत बात में भी गुस्सा हो जाते हैं, तो ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए। जब योगी व्यक्ति होगा, योग करता होगा, तो वो गुस्सा नहीं करेगा। उसे पता चलेगा कि ऐसे छोटी बात पर गुस्सा करने से हमारे शारीरिक विकास या शारीरिक शरीर पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ेगा। हमें बहुत छोटे बड़े रोग भी हो सकते हैं। बहुत गुस्से में रहने से बड़ा थोड़ा बहुत नुकसान भी हो सकता है हमें शरीर में। तो ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए। ऐसा हम समझ सकते हैं, पर कब समझ सकते हैं? कि जब हम नित्य प्रतिदिन योग करते हुए, अर्थात कि तनाव के प्रति लचीलापन हमारे अंदर भीतर आ जाता है और जीवन कौशल्य का विकास होता है। अंत में हम कहें कि जीवन कौशल्य, हमें कैसे जीवन जीना चाहिए, ऐसे जीवन के अलग अलग जो कौशल्य होते हैं, तो उन्हें उनके प्रति हमें अत्यधिक ज्ञान मिलता है और इसके कारण हम अच्छी तरह से अपना जीवन गुजार सकते हैं। तो ये थे हमारे योग के कारण हमारे मनुष्य जीवन में क्या फायदे होते हैं। तो आज हमने योग के बारे में, अब हम सब जानते हैं कि योग करने से, मैं योग करती हूँ, हर रोज प्रतिदिन योग करती हूँ, पर जिस दिन आपको कोई काम आ गया हो या कोई दिन छूट गया योग, तो आप देख सकेंगे कि एक दिन योग न करने से आपका दिन, पूरा दिन, आप पूरे दिन कैसे निरुत्सुक रहेंगे, पूरा दिन आप मायूस मायूस उदास उदास ऐसे ही रहेंगे। आपको शारीरिक वो अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, मानसिक भी अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, पूरा दिन आपको दुख, जैसे कि दुखी हो गए हो ना, ऐसे ही बिताओगे। तो योग का हमारे जीवन में और भी बहुत ही महत्व रहा है। अंत में मैं ऐसा ही कहूंगी कि छात्र के जीवन में योग के महत्व को कम करके नहीं आंका जा सकता है, क्योंकि योग से ही शारीरिक फिटनेस, भावात्मक स्थिरता और शैक्षणिक उत्कृष्टता को बढ़ावा देकर शिक्षा के लिए एक समग्र दृष्टिकोण प्रदान होता है। थैंक यू। अब बोलो। वो आपका माइक बंद है मैम।
Now I am audible. Thank you, ma'am. There is an announcement for everyone. Each participant will be given 5 to 7 minutes only for their presentation. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Bhimtal Nainital, and the topic is Yoga is better for tomorrow.
माइंड पावर यूनिवर्सिटी के सभागार में उपस्थित सभी स्कॉलर, पीएचडी स्कॉलर, प्रोफेसर और अन्य सम्मानित व्यक्ति, सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। जैसे कि आज मैं वर्तमान में असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर बीएड विभाग देवनाग में कार्यरत हूँ और योगा के संबंध में अनेक तरह से विचार और कार्यशालाओं का आयोजन करते आया हूँ। मेरे जो एपीएंस में मत चाहिए, मैं मोटा हूँ तो इसका तात्पर्य नहीं है कि योगा से बहुत दूर हूँ, और कहने का तात्पर्य है कि हर व्यक्ति का ड्रीम एवरीवन थी कि वह एक अच्छा हेल्थ पाए। अच्छे स्वास्थ्य की कल्पना के लिए हर व्यक्ति के द्वारा हर प्रकार के संभव क्रियाएं की जाती हैं, उसमें से योगा एक है। जैसे कि हम जानते हैं, योगा एक्टिविटी का सिर्फ सैद्धांतिक ज्ञान ले लेना काफी कुछ नहीं है। देखा गया है कि एक शिक्षक या समाज से जुड़ा हुआ व्यक्ति या योगा से जुड़ी हुई व्यक्ति जो हैं, जब अपने सामने वालों को इस ज्ञान को पहुंचा पाए और उनके व्यवहार में यह ज्ञान दिखने लगा, तो तभी हमें सफलता प्राप्त हो। विगत कुछ दिनों से हम ऑनलाइन योगा क्लासेस से जुड़े भी हैं उत्कर्ष योग समिति के द्वारा। वहां पे हम जैसे बीएड के स्टूडेंट के लिए ऑनलाइन जो ये प्रक्रिया है, वैल्यू एडेड कोर्सेज के द्वारा हम कार्य करते हैं, तो अधिकतर छात्र नहीं जुड़ पाते हैं। तो कारण क्या है? असफलता है कि हम उस जगह पे पहुंच नहीं पाते हैं और उसके इम्पोर्टेंस को उनको वास्तविक तरीके से नहीं समझा पाते। योगा जो प्रक्रिया है, इसके द्वारा हमारे बहुत से लाभ हैं, जिसको बहुत से यहाँ पे पहले पूर्व में व्यक्त कर चुके हैं। चाहे वह शरीर में लचीलापन है, स्वास्थ्य से संबंधित है, विभिन्न बीमारियों से संबंधित, हर चीज का इलाज योगा के पास है। लेकिन हमें एक वास्तविक गुरु की तलाश होनी चाहिए और उसके निरीक्षण में, मार्गदर्शन में हमें ये कार्य करना चाहिए, तो सफलता निश्चित तौर पर मिलती है। खास तौर पे देखा गया है इनफैक्ट छोटे बच्चे योगा के नाम से हंसते हैं। यदि उनके लिए किसी भी प्रकार की कक्षा की व्यवस्था की जाए ऑनलाइन कोर्स से, वो हंसते हैं। कारण क्यों इतना इंटरेस्ट नहीं है? बार बार योगा के संबंध में बड़े बड़े भाषण सुनने को मिलते हैं, नए नए विचार हमारे सामने आते हैं, योग गुरुओं के द्वारा बार बार योगा के महत्व को समझाया जाता है, लेकिन हमारा तो उद्देश्य है ना, हमारी कक्ष में बैठे हुए वो छात्र जो भारत का भविष्य है, वह भी योगा की क्रियाओं से परिचित हो गए, उसको मन से करें। लेकिन ऐसा देखने को नहीं मिल पाता। क्यों? कारण यही है, वी कैन नॉट मोटिवेट देम प्रॉपर। हम उनको मोटिवेट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, असफलता है। चाहे कोई माने ना माने, कक्ष में बैठा हुआ छात्र, एक शिक्षक कह रहा है कि योगा इंपोर्टेंस है, लेकिन कर नहीं रहा। तो क्यों? कहाँ? सिर्फ भाषणों से काम नहीं होते हैं। और किस प्रकार से एक हमने एक्शन रिसर्च के रूप में देखा। मैं कक्ष में एक बार योग गुरु को लेके आया, बहुत फ्लेक्सिबल बॉडी, एकदम उछल कूद बंदर की तरह कर रहे थे। उनके द्वारा जो क्रियाएं की गई, छात्र उनके सामने कर रहे थे, लेकिन इंटरेस्ट नहीं था, जबरदस्ती कर रहे थे। तो मैंने क्या किया, अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जितने मोटे व्यक्ति हैं, टीचिंग में जो जुड़े हुए व्यक्ति हैं, उनको बुलाया। मैंने कहा आप अनुशासन कीजिए। जब वो करने लगे तो उनसे भी आया बच्चों के अंदर जिज्ञासा, देखो सर हम कर रहे हैं, देखो जो इच्छा है उनको कि मैं कर पा रहा हूँ, सर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। यह इच्छा, मोटिवेशन, जब इस प्रकार की टेक्निक, इफ यू विल बी अप्लाई सच टाइप टेक्निक, वी गेट सक्सेस, हम सफलता प्राप्त करते हैं। तो हमारे अंदर इस प्रकार की जिज्ञासा भावना होनी चाहिए, जिससे कि हम बच्चों के सामने इस प्रकार की टेक्निक अप्लाई करें, इस प्रकार की योजना बनाएं कि वह चीजों को देखें, समझें और इच्छा से स्वयं करना शुरू करें। हम घोड़े को तो पानी के पास मार मार के पहुंचा सकते हैं, लेकिन पानी वो तभी पिएगा जब उसकी आंतरिक इच्छा होगी। आप मुंह में डुबा देंगे ना, आप पीले पानी नहीं पीने वाला। इसी प्रकार योगा का भी जो बिंदु है उसे स्पष्ट किया जा सकता है कि व्यक्ति के अंदर जब तक इनर सेंस नहीं आता कि मुझे करना है, तब तक सफलता नहीं। चाहे वो किसी भी फील्ड में हो, चाहे शिक्षा हो, चिकित्सा हो, सामाजिक कार्य हो, राजनीति हो, हर व्यक्ति में यदि चाहते हैं तो सफलता प्राप्त होना सुनिश्चित होता है। अभी मैं बैठा हुआ सर के भाषण सुन रहा था, हमारे चांसलर डॉक्टर योगेश कुमार यादव सर का, तो उन्होंने बात की थी अपने पिताजी की, माताजी की और अन्य सफलता की बात की थी। देखो, एक ड्रीम उनके अंदर था और एक इनर सेंस था, उससे सफलता के पथ पर वो अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। यह भी एक इनर सेंस डेवलप का एक एग्जाम्पल है। तो मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लूंगा। तो इसी संबंध में हमारे यूजीसी के द्वारा भी बहुत से कार्यक्रम यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट किए। वैल्यू एडेड कोर्स में योगा को लगाया। उसका मुख्य उद्देश्य है कि यूनिवर्सिटी या कॉलेज में पढ़ने वाले जो स्टूडेंट हैं, जो अभी कक्ष में बैठे हैं, वह उन चीजों से परिचित हो और इस ज्ञान को सिर्फ अपने तक ही सीमित न रखें, बल्कि उसे ट्रांसफर करें, दूसरे तक पहुंचाएं, तीसरे तक। कैसे भी एक शिक्षक बहुत विद्वान हो सकता है, एमएससी कोर्स उसका 90% आ जाते हैं, लेकिन उसे सफल तभी माना जाता है व्हेन ही ट्रांसफर हिज नॉलेज टू द स्टूडेंट। उसे कोई भी, उसके ज्ञान से कोई फायदा नहीं है, कुछ भी फायदा नहीं है। शिक्षक तभी कहलाता है जब वो अपने ज्ञान को दूसरे तक ट्रांसफर कर पाता है, उसी को शिक्षक बोला जाता है। यूनी डिग्रियों से या अन्य चीजों से कोई बात नहीं है। उनके पास मार्क्स हैं तो अपने लिए हैं, दूसरों के लिए नहीं है। तो इसी प्रकार योगा का विषय भी है। यदि हम योगा की एक्टिविटी से परिचित हो, एनी हाउ कैसे भी दूसरा व्यक्ति यदि आपको फॉलो करता है, तभी सफलता है, नहीं तो नहीं है। योग गुरु की बातों को देखकर, सुनकर, समझकर यदि उनके सामने बैठे हुए स्टूडेंट उसको अप्लाई करते हैं, उसको अपने जीवन में उतारते हैं, तभी सफलता है, तभी हम कह सकते हैं सफलता हमने प्राप्त की। तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ और मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं माइंड पावर यूनिवर्सिटी के श्रेष्ठ असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर जो अभी यहाँ पे हमें सुन भी रहे हैं, धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ कि आप इस यहाँ पे इतना बेहतर कार्य करते हुए हमें भी प्रेरित कर रहे हैं। आपका रहन सहन, खाना वाना कुछ अलग लगा हमें, और एक तरह से हमारे जीवन में भी कुछ परिवर्तन आया। मेरा तो जीवन ही धन्य हो गया कि मैं 2-3 दिन आपके बीच में रहा। नमस्कार, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Now I would like Now, the next participant is Dr. Jagbir Singh. His topic is integrating yogic practices into regenerative sustainable development.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am audible?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, happy International Yoga Day 2025. May the yoga bring the balance, harmony, and peace to your life. And first introduction, I am Dr. Jagbir Singh, HOD, Department of Swasthya and Yoga, Lal Bahadur Shastri Mahila Ayurvedic College and Hospital Bilaspur. And my presentation topic is integrating yogic practices into the regenerative sustainable development, a transdisciplinary perspective. And first of all, the introduction. That of the India is the cradle of the Ayurveda and the yoga, and two interrelated sciences of the life, and yoga and Ayurveda, two integral Vedic sciences, and need for the educational convergence to enhance the human well-being, and linking yoga to the ecologically personal and the public well-being, and also the global recognition and sustainability must begin with the internal transformations, and the yogic principle aligning with of the regenerative, not just of the sustainable development. And then aim and the object of the study firstly the aim, the explore the integration of the yogic practice into the regenerative development, and the main objective of the analyzing of the yoga principle in the context of the sustainability, and assess the impact on the student and the patient, and purpose a framework for the policy and curriculum integration. And then of the foundational relationship between the Ayurveda and the yoga, mainly of the common Vedic origin, that of the Rig Veda Upanishad, that of the Ayurveda, that is the science of life, that of the Ayush, and the yoga, science of the self-realization, union of the body, mind, and soul, and the shared principle, that of the three gun, three dosha, swasthya, dinacharya, and mansik bhava, and the meditation and ahar vihar as of the yogic and Ayurvedic lifestyle. And yoga focus on the harmony, the mind, body, and soul, while Ayurveda promote of the physical, mental well-being through the dietary and the lifestyle changes. And then of the historical integrations, then of the Gurukul system, the Ayurveda and yoga taught as the one of the knowledge system, and ancient text like of the Chark Samhita, Sushruta Samhita, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, emphasizing there of the synergy of the laws of the integration of the post-colonial of the education of the reform and the Vedic roots, commonly of the Rig Veda and Upanishad, that of the Ayurveda as the science of the life, and the yoga is the science of the mind and the liberations. And then of the yoga defined as the yoga is the holistic practice that originating in the ancient India, and it encompasses of the physical posture, that of the asana, breath control, pranayam, meditation, and ethical principle. And yoga derived from the word of the yuj, that means of the unite or the join. And the practice of yoga aim to the harmonize the body, mind, and the spirit, promoting the overall well-being and the inner transformation. And then of the Ashtanga Yoga. Ashtanga Yoga, that of the Yam, Niyam, Asana, Pranayam, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhisth. That Yam, that also involve of the Ahimsa, Satya, Aste, Brahmacharya, and Aparigraha. That of the Ahimsa, that of the non-violence, and Satya, that is the truthfulness, and Aste, that of the non-stealing, and the Brahmacharya, celibacy, and the Aparigraha, process. And that of the Yam Niyam, that of the Shoch, Santosh, Tap, Swadhyaya, and the Ishwar Pranidhan. And the third element that is also known as the Asan. Asan means the posture. That the posture mainly of the physical stillness and the comfort, preparing the body for the prolonged meditation, and pranayam, that is also the breath control, regulation of the life force through of the control of the breathing, and that of the pratyahar, that of the withdrawal of the senses, that of the detachment of the sense from the external objective, and dharana, that also known as of the concentration, one-pointed attention on an internal or external objective, and a dhyan, that of the meditation, that of the uninterrupted flow of the concentration, and samadhi, that of mainly of the state of the union with the object of the meditation. These are the, and then the 19 scientific base benefit of the yoga, that of the aid in the weight loss, boost respiratory function, and enhance cardiovascular health, support of the emotional health, build muscle strength, enhance of the sleep quality, improve of the self-esteem, boost mood, improve flexibility, reduce the chronic pain, enhance the mental clarity, improve the balance and the stability, and the increase of the energy level, support of the joints health, reduce the anxiety and the depression, and promote the relaxation, encourage of the mindfulness. And these are the mainly 19 proved scientific base benefits of the yoga. And then of the scientific and the contemporary relevance, that of the modern science also collaborate many benefits of the yoga, Ashtanga yoga, include of the neuroplasticity and the cognitive enhancement through of the meditation, that is the dhyan, and the breath control, that is also the pranayam, stress regulation, and the autoimmune nervous system, that of the balance of the yam and niyam practice, and physical health, and the flexibility through the regular asana, and psychological resilience, and the mindfulness through the pratyahar, dharana, and dhyan. And these are the scientific and the contemporary elements. And the scientific base of the integration with the correlation with the Ayurveda and the yoga, that body constitution and the mind management. Mainly Ayurveda believe in the Satyavraj and Tam, and the yoga, that of the Dhyan, Yam, and Niyam, and disease prevention. Ayurveda focus on the Dincharya, Ratricharya, and Ahar, and whereas the yoga, mindful living, and the stress reduction, and a detoxification. By the Ayurveda follow the Panchakarma, whereas the yoga follow the Shatakarma and the Kriya. And then of the theoretically framework, that of the Patanjali Ashtanga Yoga Sutra, that of the personal discipline, and the Swasthya, that is the preventive and promotive healthcare, and regenerative sustainable development, that of the rebuilding of the ecologically and individually health simultaneously. Then material and methods of the study, and the study location is the Lal Bahadur Hospital, Bilaspur, that of the population 45 BMS student of the Swasthya and Yoga department, and 60 OPD, IPD patient with of the lifestyle disorder, mainly of the obesity, diabetes, and the hypertension, and tool of the questionnaire, pre-post intervention tracking, and the clinical biomarker and intervention, that of the yoga, asana, pranayam, counseling, ahar, and dincharya practice, and the duration of the 12 week. And then of the case study of the first case study of the BMS student institution, that is the Lal Bahadur Shastri Mahila Ayurvedic College and the Hospital, Bilaspur, Haryana, that the intervention, that of the yoga and Ayurvedic elective modules, and period, that is the 12 week, and student third year of the BMS student, and outcome, that of the result outcome, that of the increase the clinical confidence in the yoga restriction, and the 90% of the student approved for the future inclusion, and the decrease the anxiety during of the examination, and 82% reporting of the increased self-discipline and focus, and 66% improve in the stress level, and improve understanding of the sustainable health concept. And then of the case second case study, that of the lifestyle disorder of the patient, location, that of the Swasthya and Yoga department, OPD department of the Yoga Hall, Lal Bahadur Shastri Hospital, Bilaspur, Haryana, and the subject or group 60 patient in the lifestyle disorder, and the condition, that of the diabetes, hypertension, and obesity, protocol, that of the Ayurveda, that of the Virechan plus Ahar, and yoga 60-minute daily asana, and the pranayam. And the result after the 12-week intervention, average 9% of the reduction in the blood glucose level, that of the fasting blood sugar or PP, postprandial, that was. And then 6 mmHg of the average systolic blood pressure reduction, and the weight loss in 72% of the patient, average 3.5 kg, and improve sleep, digestion, and the quality of the life. And then the interpretation of the data, that of the student, greater awareness of the health as interconnected with the environment, and the patients, that of the yogic lifestyle lead to the measurable physiological and psychological benefit, and the reinforce of the Ayurveda preventive approach as of the sustainable practice. And then of the scientific value that of the combine of the modern metrics with of the traditional intervention offer of the low cost scalable health and intervention and support the integration of the yoga in the public health and the medical education, and align with of the WHO, Ayush, and the SDG of the framework. And then of the sustainable development goal alignment, that of the SDG 3, that of the good health and the well-being, 4, that of the quality education, and 17, that of the partnership from the goal, that of the integrated yoga Ayurveda education contribute to the preventive, sustainable, and affordable health, and preventive, personalized, and sustainable approach, and potential for the global education and leadership and wellness of the diplomacy. That then of the International Yoga Day 2025, that of the theme that yoga for one earth, one health, announced by the PM Shri Narendra Modi in his Man Ki Baat address on the 13 March 2025, and introduction that of the International Yoga Day of the celebrated annually on the 21st June was adopted by the United Nations in 2014, and follow the India proposal and spearhead by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, and the day was since become a global celebration of the yoga as of the holistic science for the health and peace and the sustainability. And the scientific approach of the International Yoga Day, that of the yoga and the health study showed there that the regular yoga improve the cardiovascular health, enhance the immunity, reduceness of the stress, and the support of the mental well-being and neuroplasticity. Yoga and meditation for positive change in the brain structure and the function, immunomodulatory yoga, breathing, that of the pranayama improve the oxygenation and boost the immune system, and psychological resilience, that of the daily practice reduce the anxiety, depression, and emotional burnout. Mostly that of the benefit after the post-COVID cases. And then of the these are today events of the yoga for wellness in our institute. And then of the global case that of the WHO Traditional Medicine Center of the Jamnagar, India has hosted the WHO Global Center for the Traditional Medicine platform on the integration of the education and research, export, and roadmap to achieve of the global alignment of the standard donor agreement between of the Ministry of the Ayush, Government of India, and the WHO has been a sign of the 31st July 2024. The WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar would emerge as of the center of the global wellness, that of the evidence-based research, training, and awareness of the traditional medicine, and then the roadmap for the integration of the extent of the yoga curriculum across of the BMS course of the all department, launch the community awareness program, and integrate of the lifestyle clinic in all the Ayurvedic colleges, and publish evidence-based finding to the influence of the policy. And then of the lastly, that of the conclusion, that of the Ayurveda and the yoga together from of the comprehensive health education and research paradigm, and India may of the in the education policy to leverage of the global leadership in the holistic wellness, and their synergistic integration in the education will enrich of the healthcare, mental well-being, and global sustainability. Case study show the promise that of the integrative of the outcome, and need to expand of the transdisciplinary culturally rooted health model, and India may lead of the authentic research-driven and standardized yoga, Ayurvedic education, and integration in the next evolution of the traditional science of the future generation. And the main conclusion, the integration of the yoga practice into the framework of the regenerative sustainable development present of the transformative model that address of the interconnected challenging of the personal well-being, ecological integration, and social harmony. And this study has been illustrated with that of the yoga rooted in ancient India wisdom offer more than just of the physical posture, and that of the clarity, emotional resilience, ethical consequences, and the sense of the ecologically interconnectedness, essentially for the sustainable development. And the International Yoga Day 25, that of the theme of the yoga for one health and one earth and one health is the theme of the International Yoga Day 2025. And the theme was that main informed that of the idea is to make the entire world healthy with of the yoga, and the theme emphasizing the deep relationship between our own health and the health of our planet. And these are the references used in study. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to announce next participant, Mr. Fidlis C. Onunil, and this topic is correlation studies of students' achievement in educational research, methodology, and performance in project work in FCE, Okane, Kogi State.
Hello. Hello.
You are audible, sir. Please start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please
Hello,
start.
can you hear me? Okay. So let me share my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay, yeah, I'm Fidelis C. Onwunyere. I am presenting a paper, an action research conducted in Federal College of Education, Okene, with Ifenyinwa Obi, titled Correlational Study of Student Achievement in Educational Research and Projects and Project Work. So in education setting and in schools of education, colleges of education, we have been teaching educational research and methodology to students, and it's a key to academic training, and it is expected that students apply this to their project work. Yet, performance, there is a discrepancy that exists between this coursework and the project outcome. So the purpose of this study is just to examine the relationship between the student's achievement in educational research methodology and the project work. We adopted two research questions. The number one is, what is the relationship between students' scores in educational research and their project work? Then the second one, to what extent does this educational research achievement predict these project performances? So this research adopted a correlational design, non-experimental. We purposefully sampled 560 guidance and counseling students. This as a result of documents of their results or their test results and that of the project results from 2008 to 2019. Analysis was done using Pearson correlation and regression with the use of the software statistical package for social sciences. The result of the analysis shows that there is a positive and low correlation with 5% significant. Yeah. Achievement in education, according to the regressional result, achievement in educational research predicted 2.6% of variance in the project scores. In the discussion, students perform better in project work than in research theory, from what our research what we got from our research. The possible reason could be the hands-on guidance assessment format differences, and research theory alone may not sufficiently prepare students for project defenses. So there is an implication to this. There is need for stronger research training in teacher education. There is also need for integration of research practicum in curriculum. There is also need to look onto the supervision of the project. That supervision should be by highly qualified academics. We concluded that the weak but the positive correlation between research theory and project performance, and we also conclude that there is an improved instructional practices. Improved instructional practices can enhance both outcomes. Recommendation. We recommend that there should be an introduction of a research practicum component, mandate research methodology in educational program, ensure qualified lecturers supervise student projects. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call Dr. Edmola Olantone Idwo for presenting their topic. Teachers' perceptions of civic education as a catalyst for citizenship development in senior secondary schools in Nigeria. Dr. Edmola. Okay. Dr. Happiness. Topic is association between age and prevalence of depression among childbearing mothers in a community in Njwo State, Southeast Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Please, I want to quickly present on association between age and prevalence of depression among childbearing mothers in a community in Nigeria. The harmony of inner space is crucial for the overall well-being of individuals, particularly for women in their reproductive years. During this phase, the intricate balance of physical, emotional, and mental health can be disrupted, leading to emotional health challenges like depression. Therefore, this study aims to investigate the prevalence of depression among childbearing mothers, assessing healthcare services in Soka local government area of Enugu State. We all know very well, because the theme of this conference is on harmony of the inner space. There can be, we all know the challenges that is associated with women, many factors. Marrying a good husband has its own challenges. Married a bad husband has its own challenges. Then the trauma and processes of childbirth and pregnancy. So that is why the study became interested. The researchers became interested in looking at the prevalence of depression, among these childbearing mothers. The method that was used for this study was a descriptive cross-sectional. It was a descriptive cross-sectional studies. conducted among 380 mothers assessing healthcare services in 10 healthcare facilities in Nsukka local government area of Enugu State, Nigeria. The sample for the study was selected by multi-staged sampling technique. Then the questionnaire that was used is a standardized instrument. The patient health questionnaire, that is PHQ-9, was used to collect the data. Then the data was analyzed using chi-square. This study revealed that childbearing mothers accessing healthcare services aged between 35 and above experienced depression. I think this can be understood better. Remember, these ones are in at their older age. They experience depression more than those aged 25 to 34 years, and then more than those between 15 and 24 years. Conclusion: the study's finding underscored the need for targeted intervention to address depression among childbearing mothers, particularly considering their age-related variations. We all can see that from our results, we found out that those that have of higher ages experienced depression more than those that were of lower ages. So public health educators should prioritize awareness programs that empower mothers to recognize and manage depression, promoting holistic well-being for themselves, for their children, and for their families. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call Ms. Shubhangi Singh, Dr. Bhavna Pandey. Towards sustainable workplaces, the role of green recruitment, training and empowerment in enhancing employee green behavior.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Screen visible? Hello, ma'am. Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone present here. I'm here to present my manuscript on towards sustainable workplace, the role of green recruitment training, empowerment in enhancing employee green behavior. Starting with the introduction, so as environmental problems like pollution, global warming, and climate change continue to grow, more and more business are realizing that they must act responsibly, not just in the way they are. Not just in the way they make their products or deliver services, but also in how they treat their employees and shape their workplace. This shift in thinking has led to the rise in something called green human resource management, or green HRM. Green HRM means including environmental awareness, sustainability in a way a company manages its people. This includes hiring people who care about nature, training them in eco-friendly habits, and giving them the freedom and responsibility to make green decisions in their daily work. Earlier, companies mostly followed government rules related to the environment, but now they are going a step further by encouraging every employee to play an active role. When a company focuses on like green recruitment, it looks for a candidate who already have a strong interest in protecting the environment. Though green training, employees learn how to save energy, reduce waste, recycle better, and even suggest new green ideas. Leadership also matters a lot. When leaders truly care about the environment and show it in their actions, it motivates the whole team. Employees feel more connected to their company's value and are more willingly to support green efforts. So over time, this helps to build a workplace culture where being eco-friendly is like normal, everyday part of doing a business. So green HRM, it isn't just a passing idea nowadays, but it is becoming a very important approach for the companies that want to create long-term success while also caring for the planet. Next is the theoretical foundation. So, green HRM comes from the idea of blending two important goals: taking care of the environment and managing employees smartly. It is not just about having green goals on paper, but it is about using everyday HR activities like hiring, training, and engaging employees in a way that supports the environment. To better understand this, green HRM actually influences employee behavior. Researchers use some important psychological and management theories. Here are a few theories. First is social exchange theory. It is based on a simple human principle. When people feel supported or treated well, they feel the need to return the favor. In the workplace, when employees see that their company genuinely cares about the environment by hiring eco-conscious people, offering green training, and empowering staff to take green actions, they are more likely to return that positive energy by acting in eco-friendly ways. Next is ability motivation opportunity theory. This model says that for people to perform well, three things must come together, which is ability, motivation, and the opportunity. So, uh, which is handled through smart HR practices, which is hiring people who already care about the environment, training, building their awareness, increase motivation, empowering them. When companies build all three into their HR practices, they create a workplace culture where going green becomes natural, not forced. Third is organizational identification theory. This theory focuses on the emotional connection people feel with the place they work. When employees see that their personal beliefs, especially about sustainability, it matches the organizational value, they begin to identify with it. That means they care more, they feel proud to be part of the company, and naturally want to help it succeed. Uh, um, Next is literature review. So Amruta and Geeta, they emphasize that green HR practices support both environmental conservation and social development through eco-conscious recruitment and learning system. Hamid discussed green recruitment as a way to attract environmentally aligned candidates. Another study linked organizational commitment to sustained green behavior. They emphasize the role of ethical leadership and psychological safety in encouraging eco-friendly action. Other studies suggest that even in unstable environment, strong green HR practices can sustain employee engagement and sustainability. Here comes research gap. So while interest in eco-friendly HR practices is growing, there's still not much research on how green hiring, training, and empowerment it work together to encourage employees to act sustainably. Most studies look at these practices separately, but fewer combine them in one model to fully understand their impact. It is also important to consider factors like industry type, management style, and how connected employees feel to their company. Uh, it is also useful to study how psychological safety, ethical climate, and market trends affect green performance. This study aims to fill these gaps by building a model that shows how green HRM and employee behavior together help companies reach their sustainability goals. Previous research shows green HRM promotes eco-friendly values and aligns employee behavior with environmental goals. However, these efforts needs to be well planned, supported by strong strategies, and build on a culture that values nature. And next comes the discussion. So the research shows that combining green recruitment, training, and empowerment in a green uh, human resource management system helps employees develop eco-friendly habits and make workspace sustainable. Hiring people who already care about the environment helps build a green-minded workforce. Green training teaches employees how to act in environmentally responsible ways and take part in green activities. Other factors like strong employee commitment, feeling connected to the organization, and ethical leadership make green HRM even more effective. However, many studies focus on just one part instead of looking at the full system. Researchers suggest that future work should connect all these aspects and also consider leadership, workplace safety, and market changes. Uh, the last comes conclusion. Like in short, the green recruitment, training, and empowerment, they are three important parts of green HRM that strongly influence how employees behave eco-friendly way and help build a more sustainable workplace. To create a work culture that cares about the environment, companies need to focus on hiring people who already value nature, teaching them green skills, and encouraging them to take small but meaningful steps for the planet. When these actions are supported by leaders and companies as a whole, it not only helps the environment but also strengthens employees' personal value. This study highlights that a well-rounded green HRM approach leads to real long-lasting environmental improvements. Here are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Next, I would like to call Mrs. Richa Prabhakar, Dr. Dharampuri Raghunath Rao, on the topic the psychological burden of prostate cancer, insights from HADS and EQ-VAS analysis.
Hi, good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic for presentation is the psychological burden of prostate cancer. We have used two scales here, HADS and EQ-VAS analysis results in our presentation. Just to brief about the topic, we are talking about here cancer, and we know once a patient is introduced with this word cancer, there is a lot of burden arises because of the treatment, because of the there are a lot of emotional reaction, and which results in psychological consequences. So from the literature, it has been seen that anxiety and depression, they are the most common variables which are seen among the cancer patients because of various reasons. That is the progression of illness, because of the pain, because of the side effects of the therapy. And this so when we talk about the cancer, we are in general till now we are concerned with only and only the mainly physical symptoms. We are still neglecting the main overall quality of life of the patient, as well as we are paying very less attention to the mental health requirements of the cancer patients, whether they are having or not having the psychiatric disorders. So these factors are still not understood clearly. Therefore, further research is done to understand these factors, that mental health is neglected during or after the treatment in cancer survivors. Most common mental health issues faced by cancer survivors are and most common variables are anxiety and depression. So wholesome treatment of patients is needed to improve the quality of life. So we are stressing on the part that the physical as well as the mental well-being of a patient is very, very important. If we look at the aim of the public health and WHO's main aim, so we never talk about only the physical part of the person. We talk about the social, we talk about the psychological impact also. So here we are talking about the improvement of the quality of life of the patient. So with the increased focus on patient-centered care, we are talking about in this presentation the assessment of psychological health related quality of life is also crucial part of patient care. So aim of our paper is to evaluate the psychological well-being of patient which is diagnosed with the scale hospital anxiety and depression scale, valid and mostly applied for the clinical patients, and to examine its impact on the overall health. This study was conducted at a tertiary care hospital in New Delhi for a period of 12 months. We included 100 male patients, those who were diagnosed with prostate cancer. Proper written informed consent was collected from every participant, and if there was any doubt in the questionnaire, then face-to-face interviews were done to collect the data. The inclusion criteria, we took the patients which were over 18 years of age with primary education or higher, who were able to communicate in English or Hindi, and there were absence of any illness affecting psychological well-being. Exclusion criteria, if they were unable to attend the interview due to time constraints, refused to participate in the study, or they were having history of psychiatric disorders before the prostate cancer. Tools, HADS were used, as well as EuroQL visual analogous scale was used for the perceived health status of the patients. So these are our socio-demographic observations we got from our questionnaire: age, educational level, marital status, family, employment status. These were the socio and demographic characteristic we collected. And here is the HADS values. If we see to the anxiety scale of HADS, 0 to 7 scores, they come in the normal one. 8 to 10 scores means mild anxiety. 11 to 14 means moderate. 15 to 21 score mean the severe one. And this is the health status which was done for the assessment of the health status in the prostate cancer patients. So these are the results, and we found that the anxiety score in our study was 10.2 and the health status was 68.8. When we went for the correlation, we found the negative Pearson correlation, which talks about that once, and it was observed that in those patients, those where anxiety score was more, their health status was going down. So what were the main points which we observed? We found that mean anxiety in the prostate cancer patients were 10.2, and our findings, they emphasize on the heavy psychological load carried by the prostate cancer patients, and that they experience this due to the various factors about the disease, fear of disease progression, physical and emotional effect of the treatment. There are many studies which also highlights the importance of the anxiety in the patients. And association, when we talk about the anxiety and depression scale, it is significant at a stats level also. So psychological evaluations are very crucial for the clinical care of patients. So here is the last point about our study, that these findings, they are very important for healthcare policies and budget allocation. We anticipate that this research will can improve the quality of life of the patient, both physically and psychologically. And our results, they highlight the necessity on the comprehensive cancer care. Thank you so much. These are the references. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call Dr. Varsha Ben Roop Singh Bhai Vasia to present their topic on शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण महाविद्यालय के छात्रों पर योग शिक्षा का प्रभाव।
यस मैम, मेरी आवाज आ रही है मैम? मेरी आवाज सुनाई दे रही है? नमस्कार, मैं डॉक्टर वर्षा वसे और मेरे सहभागी डॉक्टर देवयानी रावल। मेरे आज का विषय है शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण महाविद्यालय के छात्रों पर योग शिक्षा का प्रभाव। तो हम सब जानते हैं कि योग विद्या 1 साल पुरानी है, तकरीबन 5000 वर्ष पहले से योग विद्या, उसका जो इस्तेमाल है वो हम नहीं करते थे। और आज का दिन योग विद्या का उपयोग है वो करने के लिए मोदी जी ने हमें दिशा निर्देश किया और उन्होंने प्रस्ताव रखा। इससे जरिए हम आज योग का दिन मना रहे हैं। तो योग से हम शारीरिक मानसिक जो दुविधाएं हैं वो उसका निवारण कर सकते हैं। योग एक प्राचीन कला है और मन और शरीर को जोड़ती है। व्यायाम के जरिए हम शरीर तत्वों को संतुलित कर सकते हैं और इसके साथ साथ हम मानसिक शांति भी प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आज का जो समय है उसमें सब तनाव में रहते हैं, भागदौड़ भरी जिंदगी है, तो रहते हैं उलझे हुए हैं। तो योगाभ्यास से हम उसका निवारण कर सकते हैं। योग का अर्थ है तो वो संस्कृत युज धातु से आया है और उसका अर्थ भी होता है जोड़ना, समाधि और नियमन, यानी कि अपने मन का नियमन। अपने जो विविध शास्त्र है उसमें भी योग की परिभाषाएं बताई गई हैं। वेद, पुराण, उपनिषद, श्रीमद् भागवत गीता आदि प्राचीन ग्रंथों में योग विद्या का विवरण किया गया है। महर्षि पतंजलि ने भी बताया है कि योग चित्त वृत्ति निरोध, अर्थात चित्त की वृत्तियों का सर्वथा अभाव ही योग है। मन के संवेगों पर नियंत्रण ही योग है, ऐसा महर्षि अरविंद ने भी कहा है। तो हम योग के बारे में कई सारी परिभाषाएं भी हैं, पर आगे बढ़ते हैं तो योग का जो महत्व है वो अगले सहभागियों ने भी बताया है कि योग हमारे जीवन में कितने उपयोगी है और उसका क्या महत्व है। तो योग विद्या साधारण मनुष्य के लिए जितना उपयोगी है उतना ही योग के मुमुक्षु जो साधकों है उसके लिए भी है। योग विद्या के द्वारा संपूर्ण स्वास्थ्य के साथ साथ मोक्ष का मार्ग योग साधना के द्वारा मनुष्य अटूट स्वास्थ्य, दीर्घायु, दिव्य जीवन, अलौकिक मोक्ष आदि सभी कुछ प्राप्त कर सकता है। परंतु आज के आधुनिक युग में भागदौड़ भरी जिंदगी में मनुष्य रोगों से ज्यादा ग्रस्त है और योग ऐसे में मानसिक व शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य के साथ साथ सामाजिक स्वास्थ्य भी प्रदान कर सकता है। अतः जीवन के अनेक क्षेत्रों में योग का महत्व है। तो पहला महत्व है वो शारीरिक महत्व। तो योग साधना से हम शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य प्राप्त, आसन प्राणायाम से हम शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य प्राप्त कर सकते हैं और हम सभी अंग प्रत्यंगों को क्षमतावान बना सकते हैं। उपनिषद में भी कहा गया है कि न तस्य रोगो न जरा मृत्यु प्राप्त से योगाग्नि मय शरीरम, अर्थात जिसने योग रूपी को तपा लिया उस मनुष्य के शरीर में न उसकी मृत्यु होती। दूसरा है मानसिक महत्व। तो योग के द्वारा शारीरिक के साथ साथ हम मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को भी प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। मानसिक रोगों की आजकल बहुत वृद्धि हो रही है, तो उसका जो रूप है वो भयावह होता है। तो इसके निराकरण में आधुनिक विज्ञान भी असमर्थ है, लेकिन योग के द्वारा हम उसका इलाज कर सकते हैं। आध्यात्मिक महत्व भी योग का है। तो सभी मनुष्यों का जो जीवन का मुख्य उद्देश्य है वो मोक्ष है। तो मोक्ष प्राप्ति के लिए भी हम योग का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। मन एवं मनुष्याणाम कारणम બંધ મોક્ષ એટલે મનને નિયંત્રિત मन को नियंत्रित करने के लिए हमें योग साधना करनी चाहिए। पारिवारिक महत्व, तो योग से हम शारीरिक मानसिक स्वस्थ होंगे तो अपना परिवार भी स्वस्थ बना सकते हैं, अच्छे परिवार का निर्माण हो सकता है। सामाजिक महत्व, किसी भी समाज के उत्थान स्वस्थ व सुसंस्कारी परिवार की अहम भूमिका होती है। जो स्वस्थ समाज है उसके मूल में स्वस्थ परिवार भी होता है, और ये स्वस्थ परिवार स्वस्थ सामाजिक रचना के लिए योगाभ्यास जरूरी। आर्थिक महत्व, तो योग से हम शारीरिक और मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ होंगे तो हम आर्थिक उपार्जन भी कर सकते हैं। जो शरीर साथ देगा और मन साथ देगा तो ही हम आर्थिक उपार्जन कर सकते हैं, अपने व्यवसाय बढ़ा सकते हैं। नैतिक महत्व, हम योग अपनी इंद्रियों का हम संयमित कर सकते हैं तो अपना नैतिक विकास कर सकते हैं। चारित्रिक महत्व, तो नैतिक के विकास होता है तो इसके साथ साथ अपना चारित्रिक महत्व भी बढ़ जाता है। योगाभ्यास से ईश्वर की उपासना से ईश्वरीय गुण का समावेश होने लगता है। तत्पश्चात इंद्रिय तेजस्वी होने लगती है, मन एकाग्र, जीवन मर्यादित होने लगता है तथा चरित्र उत्तम होने लगता है। यह नियम का अनुसरण करने पर सत्य, अस्तेय, अपरिग्रह, ब्रह्मचर्य तथा तप, स्वाध्याय, संतोष जैसे गुण का जीवन में समावेश होने लगता है। अब हम जाने कि शिक्षण प्रशिक्षण महाविद्यालय के छात्रों के लिए योग का क्या महत्व है। तो शिक्षण प्रशिक्षण महाविद्यालय में जो छात्र आते हैं वो शिक्षक बनने की तालीम ले रहे होते हैं। हम जानते हैं कि समाज का सुव्यवस्थित निर्माण शिक्षक के हाथ में है। जो शिक्षक अभ्यास करेगी तो उसका लाभ छात्रों को मिलेगा, इससे छात्र अपने जीवन में परिवर्तन ला सकते हैं। प्रशिक्षणार्थी के लिए योग का लाभ कई सारा है। उसका आत्मसम्मान बढ़ता है, वो योगा अभ्यास करते हैं तो वो उसका आत्मसम्मान बढ़ता है, वो उसकी फिटनेस बढ़ती है, उसका जो मानसिक तनाव है वो भी कम हो जाता है, तो उसका आत्मविश्वास बढ़ता है। स्वस्थ आदतों में भी बढ़ावा होता है। योगाभ्यास से पहले तो छात्रों में नियमितता आती है, इससे उसकी जो गलत आदतें हैं वो बदल जाती है। सामाजिक विकास, तो प्रशिक्षणार्थी जब समूह में योगाभ्यास करेंगे तो उसका सामाजिक विकास भी बढ़ता है, और कैसे व्यवहार करना है वो भी उसको जानने को मिलता है।
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am. Please wind up it fast due to shortage of time.
ओके मैम। और तनाव भी कम हो सकता है, उसके व्यवहार में, उसके जीवन में लचीलापन आ सकता है, उसके जीवन कौशल्य का भी विकास होता है। और भी जाने तो उसके मानसिक स्वास्थ्य में सुधार होता है, उसके आत्म जागरूकता बढ़ती है, सकारात्मक सोच करने लगते हैं, और खासकर जो प्रशिक्षणार्थी है उसमें जो टीचिंग स्किल है उसका भी बदलाव हो जाता है। योग के माध्यम से छात्र अपने छात्रों के साथ प्रभावी ढंग से संवाद करने और उन्हें प्रेरित करने के लिए आवश्यक जो कौशल्य है वो अपने में विकसित कर सकते हैं। अतः अंत में मैं ऐसा ही बोलूंगी कि योगाभ्यास हर शिक्षक को करना चाहिए, और जो नए बनने वाले हैं शिक्षक उसको तो खास तौर से योगाभ्यास करना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम ही अपने स्वस्थ नेशन का विकास कर सकते हैं। अस्तु, थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call Dr. Nisha Chauhan for present their topic, a study on different Indian space agencies and their role in biogeographical studies. Window.
भाई
हो गया हो गया हो गया।
मैम प्लीज अनम्यूट कीजिए।
I'm audible, ma'am. Hello. I'm audible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected ICRT team and Mind Power University, Bhimtal. Myself is Dr. Nisha Chauhan, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, HT College, Muzaffarnagar, from India. I'm going to present a PPT on topic a study on different Indian space agency and their role in biogeographical studies. Indian advancement in space science and technology have significantly contributed to various scientific disciplines, including environmental and biogeographical studies. Indian Space Agency, primarily led by Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, and supported by institutions such as National Remote Sensing Center, NRSC, and Space Application Center, and the Northeastern Space Application Center, play a crucial role in exploring and understanding the complex interaction between geography, biology, and ecology. Through the use of satellite-based remote sensing, geospatial data analysis, and geographical information system, these agencies provide critical insight into India's diverse biogeographical zone. These include monitoring forest, wetland, biodiversity, hotspot, wildlife habitat, land use change, and the impact of climate change. Such efforts support sustainable development, conservation planning, and informed policy making. The presentation explored the vital contribution of Indian Space Agency, especially ISRO, to biogeographical studies. We will examine how this agency monitors India's diverse ecosystem from the unique vantage point of space, how combining space technology with ecological science protect and manage India's rich in natural heritage. The objective of this study of explore the contribution of various Indian Space Agency in biogeographical research. It aims to analyze how satellite technology and remote sensing tools utilize environment, environmental monitoring, biodiversity mapping, and ecosystem assessment, highlighting of role of different space agencies like ISRO in advanced scientific understanding and conservation efforts across India's diverse land space. Other objects: climate resilience, change, development tools, population tracking. Material method of the study utilize secondary data from official report, publication, and research papers, Indian Space Agency like ISRO, SAC, and NRS, etc. Geographical information system, GIS tools, satellite imagery of remote sensing data were analyzed in assist their application in biogeographical studies. A qualitative approach was employed to review mission and programs contributing to vegetation mapping, wildlife tracking, and ecological monitoring across various Indian ecosystem. Technologies used in biogeographical studies: remote sensing, geographical information system, satellite imagery, data analysis, AI. Introduction of Indian space research established 1969 key milestone, annual budget, core objects. Indian Space Agency involved in biogeographical studies. Agency full form. Indian Space Research Organization. The role of the Indian Space Research Organization in biogeographical studies through the use of satellite imagery, remote sensing, and GIS technology. Its aim analyzes how ISRO space-based tools contribute to biodiversity conservation, ecosystem monitoring, land use mapping, and environmental assessment, thereby supported sustainable development and informed discussion making in Indian diverse ecological and geographical region. ये मैपिंग रिकॉर्डिंग ये जो रोल द stable imagery in biogeographical studies national remote sensing EKR move ISRO NSRC manage satellite data reception and analysis. It develops thematic maps in land use, wetland, biodiversity, hotspot, and preservation vital of biogeographical studies. NRSC natural resources census supported national and regional ecosystem assessment. National Remote Sensing Center, Remote Sensing Hub, NRSC, part of ISRO Land of Remote Sensing Application, valuable data, product, land use and cover map, details forest type clarification, biogeographical insight, they actively monitor vegetation health across a nation, climate change and can study. Space Application Center, SCC design sensor and satellite payloads use ecological monitoring and supported by geographical research by advancing Earth observation technology and modeling tools in resource management. Space Application Center, the Space Application Center, a key unit of ISRO, play the significant role in biogeographical studies by utilize remote sensing and satellite data, system development and operator, Earth observation satellite provide crucial data in mapping, vegetation monitoring, land assess biodiversity and analysis ecology. These capabilities help identifying biogeographical zone, tracking habitat losses, supporting conservation planning by integrating GIS satellite imageries, SSC as research and policy maker in understanding patterns, flora, fauna, ecosystem dynamic, and impacting climate change, thereby contributing of sustainable environmental management and biodiversity conservation across India. फिजिकल रिसर्च लैबोरेटरी है ऑटोनोमस यूनिट बायोजियोग्राफिकल फोकस बोर्ड रिसर्च एरिया एनिसेंट क्लाइमेट रिसर्च नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्पेस एप्लीकेशन सेंटर में फोकसिंग ऑन द नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजन NESC यूज स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर बायोडाइवर्सिटी मैपिंग फॉरेस्ट फायर मॉनिटरिंग एंड ecological zoning. It collaborates with local agencies for conversing and region unique ecosystem. Impact of environmental monitoring: forest cover, biodiversity hotspot, water resources, agriculture, artisanship, or disaster management. Particle utility and social benefit है conservation policy making, research management और public awareness. Achievement में future director and challenges की achievement, future goals, integration and challenges. Conclusion: Indian Space Agency, notably ISRO, and a collaborate by institutions like NRSC and ASC, play the crucial role in biogeographical studies through satellite data and remote sensing by monitor land use, forest cover, biodiversity, and climate impact. These efforts support conservation, sustainable development, and disaster management. Their work exemplifies how space technology can effectively aid ecological research and policy making a rapidly changed environment. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call Mr. Abdul Balkim Malam Alio to present their topic on effect of growth potential on optical and structural properties of electrodeposit ZNS thin film layers. Mr. Abdul Balki. Okay, so now I would like to take this opportunity to invite our chairperson for today, Dr. Kamalpreet Kaur, to announce the awards for best presenters and best presentation.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I am audible.
Yes, ma'am.
So, good evening, everyone. Today is International Yoga Day 2025. And over here, dear participants, we are delighted to announce the results of Best Presenter of this International Multidisciplinary Conference, which is held on 21st of June 2025. Organized by the Mind Power University, we extend our heartfelt thanks to all the participants for their insightful contributions and academic enthusiasm. After having a careful evaluation based on content and the clarity, originality, and the presentation skill, I found many participants who can deserve the best presenter. But before announcing that, first of all, I also want to say something about yoga. Yoga is more than just physical exercise. It is spiritual discipline that originated over 5,000 years ago in India. Moreover, by dedicating a global day to yoga, the world acknowledges India's contribution to global health, well-being, and peace. So here I'm going to announce the best presenters as per their skills, as per their presentation styles, communication skills, and the content they are having, and the clarity, originality of their all the topics. The first one is Mrs. Richa Prabhakar, Dr. Dharampuri. The topic was the psychological burden of prostate cancer. I found so much practical topic, and with the help of this topic and the research, the main common man also know about the different advantages of the yoga. And the second presenter, which was physical present over there, he is Mr. Govind Vallabh, and moreover, his presentation style and how he motivate the audience also offline and online, encourage the audience with the help of his the very practical topic, that is yoga is better for tomorrow. All the best for all the presenters, and I wish all the best and all the best to the Mind Power University. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, हो गया कर दिया नहीं सर thank you. This is for all. You can leave now.